A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Alien Files, Unsealed. Exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. In 1975, UFO sightings spike in all corners of North America, many near military installations.
It's documented that unidentified craft were getting into restricted air zones, even above nuclear installations.
Who or what is entering restricted airspace? And what is the U.S. military doing to stop it? Unsealed case file, the Wurtsmith Incident. Oscoda, Michigan, October 30th, 1975. On the shores of Lake Huron, civilian and military personnel witnessed strange lights in the sky.
In 1975, in Wurtsmith Air Force Base, there was an incident that was described as unidentified craft being seen outside of this military installation that shouldn't have been there. And so they had a tanker in the air that went to go check it out to try and see and determine what this craft was.
But as the tanker approaches the unidentified craft, something extraordinary happens.
There were very bright lights, but when the military tried to fly towards them, they switched off in sync.
As the tanker apparently approached these objects, they did confirm it, not only visually, but they confirmed it by radar. So whatever was there was actually there.
Despite visual and radar confirmation, the Wurtsmith incident, like many of its kind, would have remained hidden from the public without the Freedom of Information Act. Officials dismiss the incident as lights from an Apache helicopter, but the report leaves more questions than answers.
Was it truly a helicopter? Or was that just simply the label and the best definition that they could put on the craft?
Cases like the Wurtsmith incident mark an important change in the way UFOs are studied and reported inside the government. But to understand why, we must go back nearly a decade. Unsealed case file, the Condon Report.
In 1966, Edward Condon led what has now become known as the Condon Committee. And what they were doing was analyzing what the cases were that were still unidentified in the Blue Book system. And in 22 years, they investigated 12,768 sightings. Only 701 of those remained unidentified.
But many critics argue the Condon Committee's findings are a foregone conclusion.
His final conclusions in that report were that UFOs were nothing to be bothered with, nothing to be in, and his other conclusion was that from 1947 till 1968, when it was released, no scientific information, nothing of importance, could be gleaned from the subject of UFOs.
In 1969, the US government terminated Project Blue Book and said, we are no longer interested in investigating UFO sightings.
There's something to this phenomena that the intelligence community knows is important, but doesn't want us to know about.
In 1969, the U.S. government shut down their official Air Force investigation called Project Blue Book, claiming that studying UFOs has added nothing to scientific advancement. But by the mid-1970s, public interest in UFOs is only getting stronger. And one incident in 1976 shocked civilians and the military to their core. Unsealed case file, the Tehran Incident. Tehran, Iran, September 19th, 1976.
In September of 1976, in the middle of Tehran, Iran, an airbase there was receiving quite a few phone calls about a mysterious object that was seen hovering over the city.
Iranian Air Force generals scrambled 2 American-made F-4 Phantom fighter jets to intercept. But just as the first pilot realizes that the object is unlike anything he has ever seen before, his controls mysteriously shut down. He is called back to base, and the second F-4 takes a closer look.
As it got the same amount of distance as the first plane, something different happened. A second UFO appeared from the first one. Then all of a sudden, the second UFO jetted forward towards the incoming F-4 Phantom jet. So the next thing that he does is he arms his AIM-4 missile, flips the switch, and he's going to fire back. He goes to fire in 3, 2, 1, everything shuts off. He has no control over the fire. He sees an incoming object, and he can't do a thing.
The pilot fears for his life and takes evasive action, throwing his plane into a dive.
As he's seeing this object come towards him, again assuming it was a missile, before it impacts his craft, it makes a dip, it loops around his aircraft, and rejoins the original UFO, as pretty much to say, I don't think so, don't even try it.
The UFOs maneuver in a way that defy any known aircraft capabilities of the time.
There was actually a third UFO that appeared as the pilot saw it come out of the side of the original craft, then goes towards Earth and actually lands on the ground. It says to have cast a large light, about 1/3 of a kilometer in diameter, on the ground.
American officers are secretly dispatched to Tehran, where they conduct a lengthy interview with the Iranian pilots, officers, and air control personnel. The report is sent to top-level agencies within the U.S. government.
I've never seen a UFO document be forwarded that widely. The CIA, the NSA, the FBI, and again, even the White House received a copy of this report.
Why does the U.S. government take such an intense interest in the Tehran incident, 7 years after the Air Force said that studying UFOs does not further scientific knowledge?
Obviously, if a UFO can disable a fighter jet in Tehran, it can do it in the United States. Does the government take it seriously? Absolutely.
This proves beyond a doubt that the UFO phenomena was real. This proves beyond a doubt that they were still interested in it. And this proves beyond any doubt that this was technology that we don't even have today, decades later.
Experts today still cannot explain the Tehran incident.
But the most fascinating part to me is not necessarily the case itself, but it's the fact that we can read it. If you couple this case and you put it next to the hundreds and hundreds of blacked out cases on UFOs that are blacked out from top to bottom, if you could read this one, what in the heck is under the black in this one?
Encounters such as the Tehran incident raise questions about how much the government may be hiding from the public. In 1977, a leading independent UFO researcher named William Spalding files a lawsuit against the CIA for violating the Freedom of Information Act.
Spalding, like a lot of people in the UFO community, was fairly suspicious of the government, and he didn't believe it.
So he pushed and pushed until finally it went to a lawsuit, and the CIA was forced by order of a judge to look for records.
The court forces the CIA to release thousands of pages of UFO files, files they officially claimed did not exist.
William Spalding's 1977 lawsuit marked a fundamental change in how the UFO community used the Freedom of Information Act to go after this issue aggressively. This was such a huge embarrassment that the then director of the CIA asked his own officials in a panicked memo, "Are we in UFOs?"
CIA, Department of Defense, and United States Air Force documents reveal that in 1975, reliable military personnel repeatedly witnessed UFOs over weapons storage areas and nuclear missile facilities. Among the UFO incidents listed in the declassified files is the Wurtsmith sighting.
Why is it that military personnel are always told, don't talk about what you saw to anybody? And the answer is obvious. If you're trying to deliver a message to the public that these things are nothing to worry about, you don't want your employees going around talking about them like they're real.
Unsealed case file, the Rendlesham Forest incident. December 1980.
The Rendlesham Forest UFO incident took place in December 1980 in the United Kingdom, but involved 2 United States Air Force bases. These were actually 2 of the most important and sensitive bases in the entire NATO military alliance. And this was a time of great tension in the Cold War.
For 3 nights at the Twin Air Force Bases RAF Bentwaters and RAF Woodbridge, witnesses investigate a remarkable close encounter.
And on the first night of what was actually 3 nights of consecutive activity, this UFO landed. Security, police, and law enforcement personnel in the military went out and encountered a small triangular craft which had landed in a clearing.
One of the airmen gets close enough to report seeing strange symbols on the side of the UFO and even claims to touch the craft.
After a while, it rose slowly up above the ground, it cleared the tops of the trees, and it accelerated away at immense speed.
On the 3rd night, Deputy Base Commander Colonel Charles Halt joins the investigation.
He threw together a small team of military, and he went out into the forest, in his own words, to debunk this UFO nonsense and to put this whole ridiculous story to bed for once and for all.
But nothing could prepare Colonel Halt for what he was about to see.
Over a period of some hours, saw extraordinary activity in the sky, including an object which fired a pencil-thin beam of light down at his feet. During his own sighting, it was his habit to carry with him a small handheld cassette recorder on which he documented his observations. This we have on audio tape, and that tape has survived.
The tape, recorded by Colonel Halt during the encounter, is considered one of the most compelling pieces of UFO evidence in history.
Here he comes from the south. He's coming toward us now. Now we're observing what appears to be a beam coming down to the ground.
Taken collectively, the Rendlesham Forest incident is the most compelling, best evidenced, and I think significant UFO incident in the world.
But the significance goes far beyond eyewitness accounts.
There was indeed both a Royal Air Force and a NATO report that the radar establishments did indeed have an uncorrelated target.
And they measured the radiation at this site, and the radiation had spiked. There's radiation where it shouldn't be, at the edge of a forest. Why?
After the incident, Halt makes an official report to the UK Ministry of Defence, a seminal document now known as the Halt Memo.
It's an extraordinary document. It's got this very low-key title, Unexplained Lights. When you actually read the thing, it talks quite clearly about a landed metallic craft and about the physical evidence in terms particularly of the radioactivity levels. There is absolutely no doubt that these documents are the government's own investigation of this.
So did the Rendlesham incident actually occur? Yes, it absolutely did occur. Multiple witnesses. We had an object on the ground. We had radiation. We had the deputy commander of the base involved who actually saw it.
Despite the compelling evidence, the UK military concludes that the Rendlesham Forest sightings are an optical illusion. But 20 years later, under mounting public pressure, the UK government commissions an in-depth study of many UFO sightings across the country. Unsealed case file, the Condign Report.
Project Condign was a UK government intelligence study into the UFO phenomenon. The final report was stamped secret UK eyes only.
The Condign Report tries to answer questions that have lingered since the Cold War. Could UFO sightings be Soviet technology? Are they our own top-secret black projects? Or is it really just atmospheric anomalies?
One of the other fascinating things is that it actually dropped the term UFO and replaced it with UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena. So when we use phrases like UAP, it steers people almost away from a nuts and bolts interpretation that we're dealing with solid, structured craft. And it focuses the debate on, for example, exotic atmospheric plasmas. which was one of the Project Condign conclusions.
Declassified documents prove that government agencies have been investigating UFOs long after they claim to no longer be interested in the phenomena. But when it comes to disclosure, the National Security Agency looks like it has come to the end of the line.
The National Security Agency has really shifted towards kind of more of the spying role. They're the ones that go out and try and figure out what the other enemies of the United States of America are actually doing.
According to John Greenwald, the NSA has admitted it hasn't been keeping its records in good order.
Under the Freedom of Information Act, you can request what's called a mandatory declassification review.
Greenwald sends a request to review 100% of all UFO records that the NSA has released.
After waiting a considerable amount of time, the National Security Agency told me under the Freedom of Information Act that they lost 100% of those files.
What kind of secret is so compelling that even the documents pertaining to its existence have been erased?
Having done this job from the inside, I've met a number of people, politicians, military officers, intelligence community personnel, who are absolutely convinced that some UFOs do indeed involve visitation of extraterrestrial spacecraft and indeed entities.
If it takes 30, 40, 50 years for these secrets to be declassified, it's possible that our children, our grandchildren, will see a whole new batch of evidence come to light.
Have governments made contact with an extraterrestrial being? And if they have, why are they keeping it a secret? Since the early 1960s, we've experimented with how to travel off planet Earth. We've been to the moon, landed rovers on Mars, and sent probes beyond the edge of our solar system. To establish a permanent presence in space, we developed the International Space Station. To service the space station and resupply it with food, experimental equipment, and astronauts, the U.S. successfully developed the Space Shuttle. But in 1986, something happened that many will never forget. January 28, 1986. The Space Shuttle Challenger is launched on a routine mission. But 73 seconds into the flight, something goes terribly wrong. An O-ring seal on one of its rocket boosters fails at liftoff. This leads to a breach of the shuttle's external gas tank. The massive aerodynamic forces acting on the shuttle as it escapes Earth's atmosphere expands the breach, and the result is a catastrophic failure. The Challenger disintegrates off Florida's coast above Cape Canaveral. 7 crew members die. The Challenger accident is a brutal reminder of the hazards of space travel and makes many in the aeronautical industry rethink the way we travel into space. The incident is also a defining blow to a top-secret group in the American space industry. Less than 2 years after the Challenger accident, an article appears in the New York Times that stuns many insiders.
So in 1989, the New York Times publishes an article that says that we had a cadre of 32 military-trained astronauts and a multi-billion-dollar budget going on for a shuttle program at Vandenberg Air Force Base. It's crazy.
A secret cadre of 32 astronauts who were outside of the normal NASA space program had been axed, and that associated with this various facilities, effectively an entire secret spaceport, were also going to be mothballed.
The article cites the Challenger accident as the key reason the military is getting out of using manned space shuttles.
If we had a multi-billion-dollar military space shuttle program going on in Los Angeles and in Vandenberg, multi-billion-dollar, and we didn't know about it, nobody knew about this thing, what else could our government possibly have going on in space?
Once again, the government finds itself under suspicion.
They could have already had a military space force up there. We really don't know.
When we consider the story about the cutting of 32 astronauts from this covert program, I think there's a temptation to think, well, the program in its entirety has been axed. But in my experience of cuts within government, what actually happens is that a small part of the program is cut out to satisfy the financiers.
So could a Space Force exist? Absolutely. Could we hide it? Could the government hide that secret? Absolutely.
If a Space Force exists, when and why was it created? Unsealed case file. The Twining Memo. July 26, 1947. Less than 3 weeks after the famous UFO crash in Roswell, New Mexico, U.S. President Harry Truman signs the most important act of the 20th century, the National Security Act. It leads swiftly to the creation of the CIA, the National Security Council, an independent Air Force, and the Department of Defense. 3 weeks earlier, four-star General Nathan Twining flies unannounced to Kirtland Air Force Base. Many experts believe he arrives to help cover up the Roswell UFO crash.
September 18th, 1947, the CIA is born. 5 days later, the Twining Memo comes out.
Nathan Twining wrote a memo which in many ways perhaps set the scene for what a lot of people claim has followed. And he said in his memo that UFOs were real. They are clearly under intelligent control, and they're often seen in close proximity of highly sensitive military establishments and particularly nuclear facilities. He said, for that reason, this subject must be studied carefully and taken extremely seriously.
The Twining Memo says we need to investigate the technology, but what do you do with that technology if it's real? What does it give you the ability to do? You have propulsion, you have other technologies like night vision and things like that. So what are you naturally going to do with that information? You're going to corral it, you're going to keep it from your enemies, like the Russians or whoever. You're going to get your best scientists on it, and you're going to run with that technology, and what's the next step? You're going to put it in a craft and use it to go somewhere. So Space Force is born.
General Twining may have seen the Roswell crash with his own eyes, but his reaction is to plan a way for America itself to get into space. Evidence may point to the existence of a secret, independent U.S. Space Force. But it's one thing to have a plan, and quite another to put it into action. Unsealed case file. The X-20 Dinosaur.
Starting in 1957, the United States Air Force started developing the X-20 Dinosaur. What this was a defense space plane, so to speak, that was going to have a variety of capabilities, or at least that was the intent.
The Air Force starts the Dinosaur program a year before the creation of NASA. And it has defense, not exploration, on its mind. The X-20 is allegedly developed for a variety of military missions, including satellite maintenance, reconnaissance bombing, space rescue, and as a saboteur of enemy satellites. When NASA is created, the new space agency develops the Mercury space capsules for exploration and ballistic re-entry. But the design of the Air Force's Dinosaur is eerily similar to the modern shuttle. It can allegedly reach Earth orbit at the speed of an intercontinental ballistic missile and return to Earth by gliding down under pilot control. It can land at an airfield instead of deploying a parachute and splashing down in the ocean like NASA's capsules.
They spent to the tune of $5 billion in today's standards to develop a craft that could fly in space, potentially take out enemy satellites, potentially strike other countries, potentially do reconnaissance work, kind of a wide array of defense capabilities.
But the X-20 Dinosaur is reportedly plagued with design problems. Uncertainty over the development of its experimental booster rocket, which launches it into orbit, slows development to a halt. After a comprehensive program study in 1963, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara says the X-20 Dinosaur did not have any real objectives for orbital flight.
Unfortunately, they really couldn't make the plane. They couldn't build it, and the project was eventually scrubbed.
The Air Force's decision to halt the program is a reversal of its previous policy. But could a secret industry have continued to develop the X-20 behind closed doors? In 2001, a hacker from the UK uncovers evidence that points to something many thought did not exist. Unsealed case file. Non-terrestrial officers.
Gary McKinnon was a computer hacker that allegedly got into NASA computers and discovered much more than he bargained for.
Between 2001 and 2002, UK IT expert Gary McKinnon allegedly gains illegal access to over 50 U.S. agency computer systems, including the secret NASA database.
What he claims to have found when he hacked into NASA computers was a list of non-terrestrial Air Force officers. He claimed that he had found pictures of craft.
He uncovered, according to him, documentation that proved that not only were aliens real, not only was NASA scrubbing out UFOs in their photos, but also that there was this secret space force that existed that could potentially travel to other planets, or that there were military personnel that were currently in space.
He found what he thought were ship names, but instead of being USS Enterprise, it's USS Enterprise, United States Spaceship.
Gary McKinnon alleges that NASA is actively involved in a massive cover-up.
Now, the names of these supposed ships are interesting in themselves, because one of them was apparently the USS Hillencutter. And Hillencutter was one of the people believed to be on the infamous Majestic 12 committee, the super secret body charged with keeping UFOs secret from the public and managing the whole UFO situation.
The problem remains. What exactly did McKinnon really see, and what evidence is being covered up?
So Gary McKinnon's hack really led to the rise of this idea that there is a secret space force, maybe part of a wider shadow government. I've even heard phrases such as a breakaway civilization used for this.
Coming up, we reveal evidence of an ultra-top secret spaceship. Its mission and its 2014 record-breaking flight remain classified. Many experts believe America has operated a secret space force for decades, with ultra-high-tech ships designed for a wide array of space defense capabilities. But what does one of its ships look like? And what is it really capable of? Unsealed case file. The X-37B. April 2010. The X-37B is launched. At less than 30 feet long and just 10 feet tall, the craft is not unlike a miniature space shuttle. Information about its mission is closely guarded. Insiders speculate that NASA and the U.S. Air Force have been secretly funding the project for decades. But the unmanned X-37B is now being developed by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. The CIA claims the X-37B is performing secret reconnaissance, while the Air Force alleges that the X-37B's objectives are testing reusable space technologies. But many believe it is being used for other reasons.
Is it possible that the dinosaur program of the 1950s and 1960s that never came to fruition is now flying above our heads with the label the X-37B? With today's defense requirements, I wouldn't put it past them. We're told that the X-37's unmanned. So at this point, with their testing, they're not sending up anybody yet. But it is possible that the X-37 could be a small model of a much bigger craft that essentially could carry humans to space, essentially could create a space force that could fend off our enemies from the safety of the cosmos.
The X-37B shatters all previous records for space flights. In August 2014, it lands after an incredible 627 days in space.
For 2 years, a plane operated by NASA is traversing somewhere out there. We have no idea what it's doing. We have no idea what its mission is. What happened in that 2 years?
There are some aspects to the space program that are not being publicly declared.
What exactly is the mission of the X-37B? And are its capabilities limited to the Earth's orbit? Some experts believe the X-37B has the capability to reach the moon, or even beyond, leading to speculation that the U.S. may already be developing secret off-world bases.
With the aura of secrecy around the X-37B, we can tell that it's one of the most heavily classified space missions that exists. We have no idea what its mission is.
But the level of secrecy surrounding the X-37B leads many to believe that its mission may be rooted in the origins of a secret space force.
The idea of a space force may be a far-fetched idea to really kind of comprehend, but history shows us this isn't a new idea at all. In the late 1950s, the Department of Defense was designing what they called Project Horizon, which was a military outpost that they were going to put on the moon.
In 1959, Project Horizon sets out to develop a 12-person outpost on the moon. Its purpose, to serve as a base to explore further into outer space. Officially, Project Horizon never materializes.
They wanted to do it 6 decades ago. Unfortunately, it just wasn't feasible. Today, maybe a different story.
For years, many believe that the United States government is operating a secret space force with capabilities beyond the Earth's orbit. Until recently, it has been difficult to prove. But when retired Canadian Defense Minister Paul Hellyer claims there is a shadow government functioning in outer space, it becomes difficult to ignore.
Paul Hellyer was the defense minister for Canada for many years. In 2005, he came out with a statement about UFOs because he had seen one, so he was convinced they were real.
He has gone on the record as saying not only are UFOs extraterrestrial, but there have been crashes, some vehicles have been recovered, and the US government does have a secret space force that he's actually concerned might one day end up taking hostile action against extraterrestrials.
Hellyer claims his concern for the security of planet Earth is the reason he has exposed the existence of a secret space force.
No military planner is going to want to leave any part of the battlefield undefended. So it stands to reason that as space is going to be an important part of any future war, you have to dominate space. So you need a space force, and that's probably going to be largely secret.
If you need to defend your planet, put a base here, put a base there, put a base here, and put a base there. It's simple logistics to warfare. Make sure you're protected from the outside. That way your enemy can't get in.
If a space force does exist, how far into the universe does it reach? Who controls it? And is it prepared to defend our world? Fighter pilots are responsible for the safety of our skies. It's a dangerous job that takes lightning-fast reflexes and nerves of steel. They are some of the most highly trained professionals in the world. But there is one threat they have not trained for.
It's one thing to, be in a dogfight with an enemy aircraft, but a UFO that, for all you know, has technology way ahead of your own. You go up there as a pilot, and what's going through your mind is, I may not come back down again.
One incident in the late 1940s, near America's largest gold reserve, strikes fear in the hearts of American pilots and incites a media firestorm. Unsealed case file, the Mantell incident. January 7th, 1948, Fort Knox, Kentucky. Captain Thomas F. Mantell is a decorated World War II pilot with over 2,000 hours of flight time. While patrolling the skies, he's told that a westbound circular object about 250 feet across has entered the Kentucky airspace.
In January of 1948, Thomas Mantell was piloting a P-51 Mustang, along with two other P-51s.
3 witnesses in the control tower of Goldman Field at Fort Knox make visual contact. The P-51 Mustangs of the Kentucky Air National Guard turn toward the object and accelerate. Mantell allegedly reports over his radio that the object looks metallic and is of tremendous size.
He got to about 20,000 feet when his P-51 then began to spiral out of control and later crashing, killing 25-year-old Thomas Mantell.
Rumor spreads that Mantell has been shot down by a UFO. It's the first incident in U.S. history where a fighter pilot allegedly dies engaging a UFO. For the first time, the Air Force and the public realize that UFOs are more than just mysterious. They can also be deadly.
The question is, how did he crash?
It didn't crash in the ground like a normal explosion, like if they'd taken the thing and dropped it out of the sky, boom. And the time on his watch had stopped at the time of impact.
The other idea is the UFO had an effect on his plane.
Some experts also believe Mantell may have been chasing a top-secret weather balloon called Skyhook. Multiple Skyhook balloons were launched 250 miles northeast that same day, but none of the explanations stick, and the military begins to make UFO identification a top priority.
It's going to definitely start spreading throughout the military and create some kind of hysteria or fear, because if your commanding officer says, get this enemy, and this enemy is better than you, there's a huge threat to that, and that's a huge problem.
Years later, an incident in Brazil confirms the one fact that has dogged the world's military for 40 years. Chasing UFOs is one thing. Catching them is an entirely different matter. Unsealed case file, the Sao Paulo UFO incident. Sao Paulo, Brazil, May 19th, 1986. 20 UFOs are tracked on radar and seen by eyewitnesses on the ground. 2 F-5Es and 3 Mirage fighter jets are scrambled from Cruz and Annapolis Air Force Base.
We had ground radar tracking 20 objects. We had multiple airplanes seeing this thing over the 4 hours.
Some of these pilots then acquired the UFOs visually as well as on their radars. This went on, involved at least 6 military aircraft, maybe more.
In a press conference, Brazilian General Otávio Lima states, at one point, the chase was inverted, and an F-5E fighter was surrounded by 13 colored lights and chased with 7 on one side and 6 on the other.
Afterwards, this was clearly taken seriously within the Brazilian government at high level. Senior Air Force officers were involved. I believe the Minister of Aeronautics was involved at one stage.
The Sao Paulo incident is discussed openly by high-ranking government officials in Brazil.
But then in the end, it was suggested that perhaps this was just space debris. Could it have been space debris? Now, of course, it could have been space debris if space debris likes to sit in one place and hover, but probably not.
A short message from the U.S. Defense Attaché in Rio to the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency reads, quote, 3 visual sightings and positive radar contact from 3 different types of radar systems leads one to believe that something arrived over Brazil. Top secret government evidence, compelling eyewitnesses, and radar testimony suggest that advanced, unknown technology is threatening our airspace, and we may be powerless to stop it. Many pilots have engaged a UFO, only to have that unknown craft outmaneuver their jets, and worse, disable their instruments and weapons. But what happens when a shoot-down order is given and the pilot fires his missiles? Unsealed case file, the Peru incident. La Jolla, Peru, April 11th, 1980.
In April of 1980, an object was detected on radar in Peru. This is about 7:30 in the evening.
This is the case of Oscar Santamaria, and he was an Air Force commander who was scrambled in response to an uncorrelated target that was being tracked on military radar.
Almost 2,000 personnel are on shift at Mariano Melgar Air Force Base when what looks like a weather balloon is spotted near a high-security area.
A UFO had apparently penetrated and was operating within restricted military airspace, and he was ordered to open fire.
Pilot Oscar Santa Maria Huertas is scrambled in his Su-22 Russian-made fighter jet, equipped with 30mm cannon. Readied with a shoot-down order, he flies directly toward the unknown target. But what happens next is widely considered to be the only reported direct hit on a UFO in military history.
So he rolls up on this thing and fires off his cannons into this balloon.
He said that unlike any conventional object, he said it was almost as if the rounds from his cannon were absorbed by this craft, whatever it was.
It doesn't blow up, nothing happens, it seems to ignore the bullets, and then just ascends into the air at a high rate of speed. Gone.
It's a scenario that is every fighter pilot's nightmare. His weapons are useless. Still under a shoot-down order, Santa Maria spends the next 20 minutes playing cat and mouse with the UFO, trying to take another shot. When he gets close enough to make solid visual contact, what he sees astounds him.
Now, I've met the Commandante, but I've heard it from him firsthand. I have absolutely no doubt that this happened exactly as he described.
Santa Maria claims the UFO is shaped like a light bulb, cut off at the bottom, with a cream-colored dome. It has no visible means of propulsion, no windows, no wings. This now declassified official account of the incident is sent to the DIA. It states that the pilot, quote, intercepted the vehicle and fired upon it without causing any apparent damage. Believing the UFO is advanced technology from an extraterrestrial civilization, Santa Maria fears for his life and rapidly descends back to base. Fortunately, the UFO does not follow.
It's a combat situation, and any pilot in combat will be under extreme stress. And clearly, if you add to that the factor that you're dealing with an unknown, it takes it to a completely different level.
What exactly did Santa Maria see in the skies above Peru? Did he fire upon a UFO? Did he actually make a direct hit? Or did he simply succumb to the intense pressure of intercepting an unknown threat?
So there's the extreme stress of combat in an unknown situation and the very realistic prospect of death. So you get this kind of conflict that on the one hand they're involved in this maybe highly classified effort to engage with UFOs, and then after it's all over it's like, hey, this didn't happen. So I think pilots are being put under extreme stress at both ends of the spectrum. During the encounter, it's the combat stress, and afterwards it's that stress of secrecy and threats.
Caught between defending our skies from unidentified threats and the possibility of Air Force reprisals, the testimony of pilots who have been ordered to shoot down an unknown craft is critical to the study of UFOs. But can their efforts be mistaken as an act of war? Unsealed case file, the Cometa Report.
This report was entitled UFOs, What Should We Prepare For?
In 1999, the Cometa Report was published in France, which really outlined what the evidence was that supported that the UFO phenomena was real, and it was quite possibly a threat to the world as a whole.
It came to the twin conclusions, in effect, that UFOs at some level were a real, solid, tangible thing, and they were seriously prepared to consider the possibility that these things were indeed extraterrestrial spacecraft. Whatever you believe about UFOs, if you've got something flying in such controlled airspace, well, that's something that should be taken seriously, whether you're a believer or a skeptic.
The 13-member panel, made up of some of the brightest government, military, and scientific minds in France, hand down a stunning recommendation.
It outlined the fact that we needed to try and figure out a defense, a way to ward off and fend off any enemies that may be encroaching into our airspace and trying to invade our planet.
Are they visiting our planet? Thousands of witnesses, contactees would tell you yes.
We protect a lot here on the planet Earth, but the minute an alien civilization lands on Earth, that changes in a second.
The Cometa report questions the Earth's ability to defend against an unknown enemy attack.
If an alien spacecraft visits Earth, and it's made out of nuts and bolts, pending no science fiction-like shield around it, I'm guessing we could probably find a way to shoot it out of the sky. But the big debate for me is why. You know, you're either going to successfully shoot down one craft of an alien race and potentially upset a much bigger force that has bigger guns than us, and I don't think that that's something that our pilots would do. I think we need to start crossing our fingers that they don't have any bad intentions, because quite frankly, I don't think we're going to have the ability to get rid of them.
When the day comes, do we need to rethink how we approach unknown visitors in our skies? Despite constant denials, governments around the world do study UFOs.
I joined the British government's Ministry of Defence in 1985 and I left in 2006. My job was to research and investigate UFOs. I had mixed feelings when I joined the UFO project. On the one hand, I was fairly skeptical about this. When I looked at some of the extraordinary radar visual cases, I soon began to realize that my initial skepticism had been misplaced.
The United States government, among others, has formed many UFO investigative units dating back to the 1940s. After an unprecedented wave of UFO sightings in 1947, which includes the infamous Roswell incident, the U.S. created investigative bodies, Project Sign, Project Grudge, and ran Project Blue Book until it was canceled in 1969.
In July of 1947, headlines were printed that showed that a flying saucer, alien in nature, complete with bodies and all, crashed on a ranch in Roswell, New Mexico.
The United States Air Force became convinced the nation was being invaded by an unknown advanced technology. And in the fall of 1948, one of the military's own had an encounter that was too convincing to ignore. Unsealed case file, the Gorman dogfight. Fargo, North Dakota, October 1st, 1948. Veteran World War II pilot Lieutenant George Gorman is flying his Air National Guard P-51 Mustang over Fargo on a clear night.
He encounters an object. It's 6 to 8 inches in diameter. He describes it. It's well lit. It's a lit ball of light. And it's flying around the town just like he is.
Several other personnel at the base also witnessed the ball of light and describe it as bright with tight edges. Gorman obtains permission to investigate the unidentified object.
He decides to engage him, and it starts playing with him. He has a few head-on passes with it. He tries to chase it around. It does things that he can't keep up with, and then eventually just takes off and he is gone. He
estimated that this object was flying at least 500 miles per hour, which was incredibly fast for the time. They were doing what they could describe as dogfight-type maneuvers in the sky, chasing each other.
Within hours of the incident, officers arrive from Project Sign, the U.S. government's official UFO investigative body at the time. During his interview, Gorman describes the ball of light as bright, with clear edges, not completely round, but slightly flat. Then he stuns investigators by stating that the unidentified object's movements were so specific and responsive that there was, quote, thought behind the UFO's maneuvers.
His report was considered very highly credible. He's a credible officer. So what was this thing? Nobody really knew. What he knew was he couldn't keep up with it, and it did things that he had never encountered before.
After a full investigation and national media coverage, Project Sign concludes that Gorman chased a weather balloon.
The incident with Gorman was not a lone case. There are quite a few examples in our UFO history that show that pilots do have encounters with UFOs.
After investigation, most cases did turn out to have conventional explanations, and I was able to explain them in terms of people misidentifying aircraft lights, weather balloons, satellites, meteors, airships, all manner of objects and phenomena. Perhaps in as many as 80% of cases, I was able to find a clear explanation.
The question is, what exactly did Gorman encounter in the skies above North Dakota? Despite Project Sign's official 1948 findings, experts in the UFO community consider the Gorman dogfight to be unresolved.
Many experts now look at the documents and say, well, they really weren't doing their job as true investigators. They were collecting these reports, analyzing them, and pretty much dismissing them one at a time. Weather balloon here, swamp gas there, the planet Venus over here. And they were just completely dismissing anything that came in.
Coming up, we uncover one of the most heavily investigated and confounding mass UFO sightings in European history. Many times, official government UFO investigations are stamped top secret, and history shows that they can also be influenced by political agendas and controversial analyses. But what about the UFO sightings that have compelling evidence, credible witnesses, and corroborated data? Nick Pope's work for Britain's UFO department gave him inside knowledge of the rarest type of UFO encounter.
In 5% of cases, or thereabouts, they were categorized as genuine unknowns. Now, of course, unknown does not necessarily mean, as the pop culture understanding is, extraterrestrials, but neither could we, or did we, rule out that possibility. Unknown means unknown. Nothing more, nothing less.
Unsealed case file, the Belgium Wave. Eupen, Belgium, November 29th, 1989. A host of triangular UFOs appear in the night sky.
There were black triangular UFOs over Belgium. People were seeing them everywhere.
Many of them describe the black triangle craft that are reported today, where you have a black triangle craft, multiple lights on the bottom.
30 different sets of witnesses and 3 separate groups of police officers allegedly see black triangular UFOs in the skies above Belgium. Officials question the witnesses for any information that would lead to a rational explanation. But over the next few months, the initial sighting becomes a wave, with over 1,000 sightings reported from November of 1989 through the spring of 1990.
The Belgian Air Force response to that was to actually scramble jets and chase these things.
We always had specialists who could look at things in detail for us, whether it was looking at photos or videos. And of course, the other big part of UFO investigations is radar.
They had F-16s, high-technology jet. They chased these things. They gave chase. They had visual contact. They had radar contact confirmation. And this went on for some time.
The evidence is overwhelming. Something is appearing in the skies. The Belgian government is forced to investigate. But how?
I would always make sure that in our investigations we included the experts, be they civilians or military, who could tell us, firstly, was anything tracked on radar? And secondly, if something was, what can you tell us about it? What I would then try to do is correlate that with something that I knew about or could find out about in terms of aerial activity, astronomical phenomena, etc. So, for example, I would look at flight paths. I would look at military exercises.
On March 30th, 1990, more than 4 months after the initial sightings, a NATO base near Glon, southeast of Brussels, registers an unknown object on radar. 2 F-16s are scrambled to intercept and identify an aerial unknown. One of the jets is able to achieve a radar lock for a few seconds and reports that the object is diamond-shaped.
Radar is not an exact science. some returns are better than others. So again, that would be a big part, an important part of all government UFO investigations, not just in the British government's UFO project, but in Project Blue Book all around the world.
Many skeptics ask, if the Belgium triangles were so widespread, where is the photographic proof? Many eyewitnesses took photographs, but images are blurred and obscured, prompting one expert to consider the triangles were employing a sophisticated form of infrared jamming. But perhaps this single image of a black triangle captured from video footage taken during the Belgium wave was enough to justify the government's unprecedented investigation.
The Belgian government was actually very responsible. They treated these things as if they were real. They asked the public and ufologists to help them in an investigation of what these things were.
The Belgium UFO wave is an important and rare example of civilians, scientific experts, government officials, and independent UFO investigators collaborating and analyzing evidence.
But also, I guess, showed a little bit of faith that they knew what they were doing, that they were going to bring the truth to the forefront and try to unravel this UFO mystery.
Despite thousands of sightings, radar records, video and photographic evidence, nearly 30 years later, the mystery is still unexplained.
When you see black triangles or you hear about a wave, you can't help but think, is this potentially a testing ground?
Were they U.S.? Were they foreign technology that could represent a national threat to them? Or were they something from elsewhere?
Coming up, 60 years later, a sighting in Chicago, Illinois, has aviation investigators still telling eyewitnesses that seeing is not believing. In the past 7 decades, governments around the world have investigated thousands of UFO sightings and encounters, oftentimes under an umbrella of secrecy. But despite officially denying the existence of UFOs, to this day, many in the public are not convinced.
Each year, when I was working on the UFO project, I probably received 200 or 300 sighting reports, and each of these had to be properly investigated.
Unsealed case file, the O'Hare Airport flying disc, Chicago, Illinois, November 7th, 2006. Something unusual appears over one of the nation's busiest airports.
November 2006, 4:15 in the afternoon, an object appears over O'Hare Airport. Aircraft operations are shut down for a while for this object. This thing's sitting over the airport. People are seeing it, people are videoing it, and this thing just sits there.
But what is it? Many eyewitnesses that day described the object as a rotating gray disc, shaped like a frisbee.
It's a round, for want of a better term, flying saucer type spacecraft or craft, and people are looking at it, and then all of a sudden the thing just goes up vertically and punches a hole through the clouds.
The incident is witnessed by ground crew, pilots, passengers, and airline personnel.
It did shut down air operations for a while, but other than that, we didn't have time to scramble jets on it. We didn't really react to it well. We were in shock.
But many are reluctant to go on record and report what they saw.
You have to almost befriend them, or certainly empathize with them, be receptive, put them at ease if they're concerned that we wouldn't take them seriously, concerned that we might think they were wasting their time.
UFO, that's what I think it was. Yeah.
I mean, this happened, it's undeniable, and the Chicago Tribune, to their credit, I believe, put this on the front page, so the mainstream media knew that there was a story here.
The O'Hare UFO receives wide U.S. network media coverage, but the Federal Aviation Administration, the government agency that oversees national safety in our skies, refuses to investigate.
I think because of the ridicule factor, both the airline and indeed the Federal Aviation Administration kind of locked down this whole thing and said, oh, it didn't happen.
Dozens of people saw it. You know, you can't say that this thing didn't happen. It happened.
Authorities conclude that due to the low cloud ceiling that day, conditions were perfect for an atmospheric anomaly.
A skeptical explanation about a weather phenomenon was put forward.
Whatever was witnessed hovering above O'Hare is still, to this day, unexplained.
If you've got something flying in such controlled airspace, well, that's something that should be taken seriously, whether you're a believer or a skeptic.
From studying UFOs for years in the UK, Nick Pope knows that investigations are often abandoned due to lack of data.
In maybe 15% of cases, there was insufficient information, too little data to really come to a definitive conclusion.
Is this the reason the FAA will not investigate UFO sightings?
Why wouldn't they care if a UFO's there? Doesn't mean that it's alien, but it means that it's a threat. So it really kind of begs the question, are they covering up their interest?
Despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary, many governments claim that they do not investigate UFOs. But those who have witnessed unexplained phenomena in the sky, and many in the media, choose to believe otherwise. In 2011, the Huffington Post asked the Pentagon about a specific passage in the United States Air Force Personnel Manual. Air Force Manual 10-206 included a section on how United States Air Force pilots were to report UFO sightings.
All United States Air Force pilots were instructed and ordered to report any UFO, any unidentified flying object that they saw. This was spelled out in black and white. For years.
Just a few days after the inquiry, the passage was deleted.
Within 24 hours of this major media outlet inquiring to the Pentagon about this manual, it was completely rewritten, it was changed, and the entire chapter on UFOs was completely gone.
There are a couple of reasons why the military are very tight-lipped about UFOs. Firstly, the military are inherently a secretive organization. The default position is always say nothing unless you absolutely have to.
They were going to put the spotlight and show, beyond a reasonable doubt, unidentified flying objects was still on the books to be reported as Air Force pilots see them.
The second point is that as a hierarchical organization, it's actually very easy to clamp down on this, because if a senior officer says, don't talk about UFOs, that's an order. And all sorts of adverse consequences will befall anyone who disobeys that. That's why over the years, the military has been very able to keep a lot of this secret.
Pentagon officials claim it was a coincidence that the passage was deleted at the time of the inquiry.
Why is there this big charade that they're not interested in anything related to UFOs? And in black and white, under the Freedom of Information Act, you can completely prove the opposite.
We may never know exactly what kinds of UFO phenomena governments around the globe have investigated.
This is not an area I can discuss in any great detail, of course, because I'm still bound by the British government's Official Secrets Act. What I can say is that through intelligence means, those of us in government have a pretty good idea of the sorts of things that are out there.
The question is, what exactly is out there? There is no end to the discussion of UFOs, but no subject is as controversial or riveting as alien abductions. And alien abduction is the only type of encounter in which eyewitness testimony can reveal details about the inside of unidentified flying objects. Details that can help us understand how aliens live and what they want. Unsealed case file, the Allagash abductions. Allagash Waterway, Maine, August 20th, 1976.
The Allagash abduction is an absolutely fascinating case. This involved 4 men out fishing, 2 brothers and 2 friends. They had had little luck with their catch, so they decided to go out onto the lake in a canoe.
The 4 artist friends, including Chuck Rack, make a fire on shore to serve as a beacon for their nighttime fishing. What they don't know is that instead of catching something below, They are about to be caught by something above, something that will ultimately drive their friendships apart.
As they were out on the lake, they saw in the sky a bright light, and it got closer and closer. It descended until they saw this huge UFO.
The men later estimate the UFO to be 80 feet across.
Now, one of them decided to try and signal at it with a flashlight, and the UFO then came closer, and by this time the men were panicking. They decided to try and return to the shore. They were canoeing furiously, but a bright light shone down, and at that point there was a disconnect.
Suddenly, the men find themselves back on shore, but something is not right.
They had no real memory of what happened, but they next thing found themselves back on the shore, and intriguingly, the fire had burnt down completely. Well, this was not possible. It had been blazing, so the implication was clear. There was lost or missing time. Something had happened to these four men. Maybe it had been an hour, maybe longer, and yet they had no conscious memory of it.
Missing time is a classic symptom of alien abduction.
A lot of times when they recollect an experience like an alien abduction or a UFO sighting, they realize that there's a big chunk of time that they just simply can't account for, and that's what you call missing time.
Afterwards, they began to have flashbacks, dreams, nightmares. They went for regression hypnosis, and what emerged was an account that they were taken on board this ship.
Hypnosis is still heavily debated among UFO researchers and scientists as a tool to investigate close encounters and buried memories of traumatic experiences.
Hypnosis is the process of putting somebody into a very relaxed state. And what that means is they're not only very subjective to maybe memories being implanted in them, but it also kind of brings their walls down if they have memories that they have forgotten.
During the Allagash hypnosis sessions, the men begin to recall an intense and vivid encounter with several aliens who allegedly took them aboard a UFO.
They saw strange entities, humanoid but clearly not human, and that, again, some medical procedure, which is often so central to these alien abduction experiences, was carried out.
But skeptics point out that there are many key similarities to alien abduction that may be the result of autosuggestion.
People literally report that they are floated into the craft somehow, often through the solid surfaces, through walls, through ceilings, through the hull of the ships themselves. Often, after that, they find themselves in an enclosed space of some sort. Often this is reported as quite sterile and white in color.
Skeptics hold up these common descriptions as reasons to doubt UFO abduction testimony. But if many of the descriptions are all similar, could it also be the truth?
There are frequent reports of a table or a raised platform in the center of what's often described as a fairly round but otherwise featureless space.
When you listen to stories of abductions and the settings that they will recollect, some of them and most of them will actually remember being in some type of medical room, medical examination room with equipment around and their abductors above them. But you have to assume that that's not the only part of the ship.
Coming up, we investigate a famous abductee couple who are shown much more than just the medical room inside a UFO. Many abductees provide similar reports of being taken by aliens to medical rooms inside UFOs. Skeptics and believers all have the same question. Why? Unsealed case file. The Betty and Barney Hill abduction. September 19, 1961. Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
This was a case of a couple returning home late at night, driving down the archetypal lonely country road near Exeter, New Hampshire.
Betty and Barney Hill were driving down the highway when they witnessed a UFO.
The couple initially describes the craft as multicolored lights flashing across the moon. The UFO rapidly descends, and Barney stops their car in the middle of the highway. A huge, silent, disc-shaped craft hovers in front of them. Using binoculars, Barney claims to see 11 humanoid figures staring out of the row of windows.
And as the craft then hovered over their car, cast a big light down on them.
Fearing for their lives, the couple jumps back in their car, but are pursued by the UFO. The next thing they know, they wake up 35 miles farther down the road.
This was a route and a journey that they were familiar with. So what happened in that period of so-called missing time?
Despite the shared incident, Betty and Barney Hill try to return to normal.
And under regression hypnosis, out came an account that it wasn't just a distant sighting of a UFO, but this thing actually landed, and they were forcibly taken onto the craft.
Under hypnosis, the Hills recount harrowing stories.
The medical examinations, the abductors looming over them, taking bodily fluid and samples. They both recollected this, and you've got to ask, well, what really happened to Betty and Barney Hill?
Barney Hill claims the aliens were almost human, and that they took him to a small examination room and placed him on a rectangular table.
Firstly, it does appear that a lot of this is quite functional. It's minimalistic, it's sterile. If people report a medical procedure or physical examination, the parallels with our own operating theaters are quite interesting.
But the similarities don't end there.
There are also motifs, I believe, that one can recognize from science fiction. And of course, the relationship between sci-fi and ufology is complex. Skeptics say abductees borrow from sci-fi. Other people say it's the other way around.
But during Betty Hill's therapy, she reports that the human-like aliens scraped her skin with a knife. They also pierced her with a needle. And she even held a book written in a language she did not recognize. But what are the abductees really seeing? And why, despite the traumatic events, are their surroundings eerily familiar?
One phenomenon that's been noted with a lot of the abduction reports is what's called cultural tracking. The idea that the technology the abductees report is almost just a little bit ahead of us, our own technology, but not so far ahead of us that it's indistinguishable. A viewing screen is obviously a viewing screen. A computer does seem to be a computer, even though it's different in some respects from our own. So there's a sort of familiarity here.
Which may explain why experiencers and abductees who are in different parts of the world that experience different abductors with different physical features, why the ships themselves are different as well.
With so many common similarities across many abductee reports, the question remains, is alien abduction testimony merely a fabrication? Or is it an attempt to make sense of something beyond human comprehension? Coming up, we reveal the vast interior of a UFO mothership from one of the most well-known alien abductions of all time. Many abductees who have allegedly witnessed the inside of a UFO report surroundings of a strangely familiar, yet advanced technology. But one man's now famous encounter describes something much more. A mothership. Unsealed case file. The Travis Walton abduction. November 5th, 1975. Apache Sitgreaves National Forest, Arizona. Travis Walton is employed on a logging crew in Arizona. After his shift ends, the crew drive back to camp. When a bright light appears just off the road, Travis decides to get a closer look.
Now, Travis Walton was a bit of an extrovert, a bit of a daredevil, and while all his friends and work colleagues were screaming at him to get back in the truck, Travis Walton actually walked this UFO, almost like he was challenging it, like quite aggressively.
But suddenly, Walton is engulfed by a beam of light coming from the UFO. and he disappears from view.
At this point, he was struck by a beam, and it literally took him off his feet, threw him through the air, and his colleagues thought that he had been killed.
Walton's co-workers drive away in a panic and later report his disappearance to the local sheriff. But 5 days after the incident, Walton's brother-in-law receives a call.
Travis Walton himself turned up some days later, disorientated, disheveled, miles away, with little recollection of what had happened to him. And it was only later, under regression hypnosis, that a fuller story emerged.
Travis tells a terrifying story of being subjected to invasive medical examinations and extended confinement.
Over the years, Travis Walton has agreed to sit a number of polygraph tests. Now again, if somebody was lying or had something to hide, I suspect he would have avoided putting himself in that position.
If alien abduction is truly happening, what do the abductors want?
If an intelligent civilization comes here and sees an incredibly inferior race, and their question is, how did the human race get there? How did this life form that has made these big buildings and they drive around in these cars, how did they come to be? Well, what are they going to do? We could probably safely assume they're going to do the exact same thing we would, and experiment.
While Walton's claims of a medical exam are a common thread among abductees, it is his description of the inside of the ship that defies explanation.
He talks about multiple rooms, and he seems to have had some freedom at some point to move around within the interior. He saw, for example, one space which he almost likened to a planetarium.
Walton describes a domed room with what seems to be a control chair in the center.
He sat in this thing. There seemed to be some sort of controls. He played around with them, and it was almost like like you see in a planetarium where stars appear on the ceiling. Now, he figured it probably wasn't a good idea that he continue to play with these controls, but it's one of the rare instances we have in an abduction account of somebody actually getting to try out the technology for themselves.
Walton is then escorted to another room in the spaceship that he claims is as large as an airplane hangar.
He reports this as being a cavernous area where within the ship there were all these smaller craft, rather like the one that he was taken into.
Walton witnesses multiple disc-shaped craft parked in the room that are each up to 60 feet in diameter.
The intriguing parallel here is, I guess, the idea of an aircraft carrier. I mean, people talk in the UFO field with alien abductions about scout ships and motherships. It's clear from Travis Walton that he was taken from a scout ship onto a mothership.
Are UFOs encountered on Earth merely the pathfinders for a colossal mothership?
Again, if one considers Travis Walton's account of all these other spaceships just existing within one space in the larger ship, it gives you some sense of perspective here. It tells you that the mothership must be huge. And I mean, some alien abduction accounts talk about spaceships the size of strip malls and football fields. Clearly, that's what Travis Walton was dealing with.
Alien abduction evidence suggests that UFO motherships may be hiding in our orbit and sending scout ships to examine our planet and its various life forms, including the human species. But some experts maintain their actions and methods are not unlike our own.
Now, alien abduction tales are very hard to believe. It's a tough pill to swallow, don't get me wrong. But when you truly compare it and contrast it to the human race, to the science that we know, that we've learned from, that we've developed in just the last 150 years, when you look at that, we're on the same path. There's absolutely no difference between these crazy stories that some like to dismiss as just being fantasy versus our science that we've already done. So I think we're just pretty much on a crash course for the same path It's just a matter of who's going to do it first.
In all of these abduction reports, what's really critically missing is some absolutely definitive corroboration. Eyewitness testimony is important, and when it's corroborated independently, that's evidentially significant. But what we really need is information.
And I think it's only a matter of time that if abductees are truly experiencing these types of rides on an alien spacecraft, some of them are more joyous than others, admittedly, but if they really are experiencing this, I think one day our digital technology will capture it.
The extraterrestrials, if that's what we're dealing with, would only have to slip up once. And an abductee would only have to get lucky once and sneak something off the craft, and it's game over. And I look forward to the day when someone will manage to smuggle some artifact off a spaceship.
And when that day comes, abductees may end up being the ones to prove the existence of extraterrestrials once and for all. Many experts believe aliens may have visited Earth before and will inevitably descend upon us in the future. But more unsettling is the possibility that aliens are already here and that they are using us for their own benefit. Join us as we investigate the growing possibility that aliens closely monitor planet Earth and that our civilization just may be their prized experiment. UFOs and close encounters have been reported around the world for decades in densely populated urban centers, along coastal areas, in rural farmland, and in barren deserts. But why are UFOs here? And what do they want?
There are several different theories about why extraterrestrials might be visiting the Earth. That this is the prelude to some sort of alien invasion, that they're after our resources, whatever it is, and that they are scouting us, studying us, and this is prelude to them coming here all guns blazing to either exterminate us or enslave us.
There's a lot of theories on why they're here. And I think when you truly want to answer that question, you have to understand what the human race wants from the stars. And that's the knowledge, it's the experience, it's the understanding of what's truly going on out there.
Other theories are that they are just scientists, that the reason for studying Earth is purely scientific. They're interested in our geology, our meteorology.
Science tells us that the Earth will eventually cease to exist. And to survive this future catastrophe, the human race must develop the ability to colonize another planet.
The human race cannot be here for infinity. So the same is true for other planets out there in the universe. Suns will die, which means livable planets that are perfect today will not necessarily be perfect tomorrow.
Here on Earth, one way to transform inhospitable environments is called terraforming.
Terraforming is the process by which one would take a hostile environment, an alien planet like Mars or Venus, and one would effect, through a number of different strategies, changes devised at making the planet more like Earth, in many ways indistinguishable from Earth.
So if an alien civilization wants to terraform Earth, I think it's safe to say that they may need another planet to live. That we might be close to being perfect for them because they evolved on a hotter planet or maybe a colder planet, so they need to turn the temperature down or turn the heater up, so to speak. But they could come and change and morph this planet into what they need.
If you can build a spaceship and come to Earth, actually causing a volcano to erupt or changing the path of a hurricane would probably be child's play.
Recently, one such incident had the UFO community and the public on high alert. Unsealed case file. The Popocatépetl UFO, May 30th, 2013, Central Mexico. Active volcano Popocatépetl is Mexico's second highest peak and only 40 miles southeast of Mexico City.
Mexican volcanologists obviously need to keep a very close idea on all the volcanoes, and particularly Popocatépetl has been the subject of some considerable concern. So there are remote cameras set up to monitor the volcano.
On May 30th, 2013, there was a UFO that was caught on camera that was seen streaking across the sky towards Mount Popo.
One day, scientists, when reviewing the film, saw an anomalous light, and when they played the film, it seemed to show this UFO actually, at one point, changing direction and flying directly into the crater of the volcano itself.
Why would a UFO fly into the smoking caldera of a volcano? And how could it sustain such high temperatures?
A lot of people theorize that these UFOs are helping civilization on Earth by stopping natural disasters. Mount Popo is an active volcano. It can blow at any time. And some think that these UFOs will have some type of physical effect on the mountain itself, on that volcano, to, in essence, calm it down to where it doesn't erupt, in essence, killing thousands of people.
One theory is that extraterrestrials monitor the Earth and occasionally use technology to keep us safe from a global catastrophe.
Some people have said that this is what happened with the UFO at Popocatépetl, that this was some sort of probe sent into the volcano to prevent it from erupting.
Many believe that the alien civilization that's visiting Earth is trying to help us, to preserve us, to stop any natural disaster that might wipe out a large corner of our civilization.
But many in the UFO community think otherwise.
I don't believe that the aliens are going to come here just to stop a volcano in the middle of Mexico to save lives. Death is a part of living. It's just a fact. So if these are physical creatures and physical beings, I don't believe they're going to come to a planet simply to play God. It just doesn't seem plausible to me.
Experts are divided on whether alien visitors are friend or foe. But ever since the first atomic bomb test on July 16, 1945, in Alamogordo, New Mexico, UFOs have been appearing in alarming numbers over top-secret nuclear weapons facilities.
It seems clear that there is a connection of some sort between the UFO phenomenon and the development of nuclear technology on Earth. It's interesting that the birth of the modern UFO phenomenon in 1947 came very soon after the detonation of the first atomic bombs, first as a test, and then, of course, at Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
There's a lot of speculation that our nuclear development, our nuclear arsenals, the technology that could allow the human race to completely wipe itself literally off the map, would be of great interest to another society.
It's also interesting that really the first burst of UFO activity took place in a geographical part of the United States where so much of the world's nuclear industry was actually based. Roswell was actually the home of the world's only atomic bomb-capable squadron in 1947.
But what may have begun in New Mexico spread to all corners of the United States. Unsealed case file, the Minot UFO. October 24th, 1968, Minot Air Force Base, North Dakota.
There was an intriguing UFO encounter at Minot Air Force Base in 1968. And this involved, by varying reports, one or even two UFOs in close proximity of the base. And one of the things that made this case so compelling was that the UFO was tracked on radar.
In the early 1960s, Minot became a major strategic air command base with nuclear-tipped intercontinental ballistic missiles and manned bombers.
An incoming B-52 was on patrol. It was coming in for a landing, and it was radioed that there was an unidentified craft about 3 miles from their aircraft.
Now, there was a B-52 bomber returning to the base, and personnel at Minot were in communication with the B-52. They said, "We are tracking on our radar scope an uncorrelated target, and they asked the crew to look out for this. The crew themselves saw a UFO, and subsequently the perimeter alarm, both the outer and the inner perimeter alarm, were triggered.
These pictures are actual radar scope photographs taken of the unidentified Minot object.
Now, they couldn't figure out exactly what this thing was, but the B-52 confirmed by radar that there was a fast-moving object about 3 miles away. Then, all of a sudden, as the documentation says, the craft went from 3 miles to about 1 mile from the aircraft like that, at a very fast rate of speed, something that they said their technology at the time just couldn't do.
At one point, communications went offline again, so one has all the way through this encounter the corroboration. This UFO was seen visually. It was tracked on radar. It was seen by the military witnesses on board the B-52, and it somehow triggered the remote sensors that set off the alarms. In evidential terms, a case does not get much better than that.
The B-52 crew claims the UFO paced their aircraft for about 20 miles before quickly disappearing.
The B-52 crew was then radioed about a second UFO being seen on radar by the base that was either slightly above or on the ground just outside the military installation.
The bomber is ordered to investigate the second UFO, but they cannot identify the craft.
The B-52 was able to do a flyby and see a brightly lit object on or near the ground that they simply could not identify. After doing a pass, they later landed back at base, but they were never able to determine what the origin of those two craft were.
Again, one is faced with the inescapable conclusion that our nuclear capability, our nuclear facilities are at the center of all of this.
Many other reports suggest that some UFOs are immune to Air Force defenses, but still have never attacked. This leads some UFO experts to wonder if aliens might be performing reconnaissance of Earth, or perhaps policing us.
Does a civilization become interesting and perhaps a cause for concern when it develops, as we developed, not just nuclear technology, but with our rockets, the capability to ultimately take our nuclear technology out into the wider galaxy?
We don't know what part our solar system plays. It might not be that they care about the human race. It might be that they care about this one planet, the third rock from the sun, because it brings stability on a much grander scale.
If extraterrestrials are interested in one thing about planet Earth, it would be that thing which poses the biggest significant threat, both to ourselves and indeed to any other civilizations that might be out there.
Evidence suggests that planet Earth is being visited by extraterrestrials. But exactly why they are here and what they may be after is still a mystery.
There's something about Earth that would be helpful to them if they've got a breeding program, a genetic study of some sort. There is so much biodiversity on Earth, and life seems to find its way into almost every niche that one could really say there's almost everything and anything that you would want. And it's right here for the taking.
Unsealed case file, the Corina Sables abduction. Aldergrove, British Columbia, July 17th, 1991. Corina Sables and a friend witness a huge boomerang-shaped UFO in the night sky above her home. Suddenly, she vanishes, only to reappear an hour later with no memory of the incident. And she cannot account for the missing time. Following her disappearance, she has a strange feeling that this was not the first time she had been taken.
That could be something that they could come to this planet to mine for themselves. Maybe that resource is in the human body.
Soon after, her daughter begins drawing an alien that she calls the Doctor, who she says occasionally enters her room while she sleeps. The drawing opens a flood of hidden abduction memories in Sables, including needles piercing her stomach and seeing rows of alien fetuses in liquid suspension.
Now, in this incident, it's reported that DNA was actually removed. It's as if these people are being harvested, almost as a resource.
As the memories become more distinct, Sables comes to believe that she is part of an ongoing experiment to create alien-human hybrids.
The Karina Sables incident is really a classic example of what you would call a repeater abductee. Somebody who's had multiple experiences. These things are seldom one-offs.
Sables makes another startling revelation, recalling childhood stories that her mother told her. Stories of alien abduction.
They start in childhood, they continue throughout the lifetime, and they seem to involve different members of the same family.
The question is, what sort of interest and use to the abductors is genetic material from multi-generational bloodlines? Sables claims her womb has been used by Greys to produce alien fetuses. But before they can be born, she is abducted again, and they are removed from her body.
Human DNA and genetic material is being harvested as part of a program to create a hybrid race.
But why would the Greys want to crossbreed with humans?
It's been speculated that the Greys might be clones that are degrading through successive clonings. The idea one often hears is that the aliens are a dying race, that they're trying to reinvigorate themselves by bringing in fresh genetic material to enable them to breed again, to procreate, to survive.
Some believe that aliens may be among us, and they may be after more than just our physical resources.
There could be 1,000 or 1,000,000 or even an infinite possibilities of what they don't have, but the human race takes for granted.
So maybe millennia ago, these were biological intelligences who lost their biology, they lost their bodies. And it's now, maybe, they want back what they once had.
Could some extraterrestrials originate from vast cyborg civilizations? And if so, what is the one key thing these beings might be lacking?
The one thing that they might want is a soul.
If some alien civilizations are seeking something much deeper than just our DNA, what might happen if they succeed?
Imagine something which has existed as a clone for millennia suddenly getting hold of human emotions, anger, love, fear, hate, wonder. Would they be able to control these emotions? Would they be able to handle them?
Look at humans. You got some really good ones, and you got some really bad ones. The minute a machine can think for itself, and all of a sudden 1,000 years of human thought is achieved in 72 hours by a machine, when you look at that, you're flirting with disaster.
The universe is such an infinite place that light from the stars we see at night, stars in our own galaxy, takes hundreds of years to reach us. And there are hundreds of billions of galaxies in the universe. Within the universe, Earth is like a grain of sand in the Sahara. So, if extraterrestrials have visited here, how did they find us? Where did they come from? And how did they cross such an unfathomable distance?
One of the popular theories is a wormhole or a portal that an alien civilization could travel to. Instead of point A and point B having a straight line to connect them, that you in essence will morph space and time and bring those points together.
Unsealed case file, the Oswald abduction. October 15th, 1979, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Respected concert pianist Luli Oswald is driving at night with a friend down a coastal highway 30 miles north of Rio. Suddenly, Several hundred yards offshore, she sees UFOs launch out of the water.
They saw a UFO and underwent what the UFO community would say is almost like a classic missing time alien abduction encounter.
Luli and her friend later describe seeing a black UFO, darker than the sky, with a domed top that is more than 300 meters across. Two smaller UFOs chase their car. Luli and her friend panic, but the next instant find themselves driving safely down the road again. All is normal, except for one thing. It's 3 hours later. Investigators soon discover other UFO encounters have been reported on the same stretch of lonely highway. But Luli's nightmare does not fully begin until she undergoes hypnosis. She asks one of the beings where they come from, and he describes a tunnel connecting to a portal under Antarctica.
And this was one of the upshots of the Luli Oswald case, that actually there are, I suppose, what you would call portals, gateways, perhaps, to other locations, other dimensions, and that those portals are hidden out of our sight by virtue of being in our oceans. Some people believe that other dimensions are all around us, and that within them, laws of physics totally different to our own may apply.
Theories of wormholes and portals and bending space and time, that all sounds great, but there is a possibility that it's just a theory, that none of it is true.
But recently, NASA discovered that a portal may not be just the cornerstone of science fiction. NASA's Themis spacecraft is designed to detect electromagnetic fields that interact with the Earth, fields that create the aurora borealis. But instead, it found something remarkable.
Their Themis spacecraft has located portals in the Earth's magnetic field, which they call X points.
Particles will actually spill out from one side of the sun, go through where the bridge of, or the barricade of the two magnetic fields join together, will go through that and actually have quite a bit of effect here on the planet Earth, where extreme light shows of the aurora borealis will light up our atmosphere.
They are, from an undeniable scientific mainstream point of view, a way in which from the sun's magnetic field to the Earth's magnetic field, there is this flow. Imagine a canoeist on a lake. Now, that canoeist will have to paddle. But now imagine that same canoeist on a fast-flowing river. You know, they actually don't have to do anything. They just go with the flow. That is maybe how extraterrestrials are using the natural phenomena that we find in the universe to travel.
Many experts believe NASA's Themis spacecraft may have discovered the genesis of how portals come to be, and it may be the key to extraterrestrial technology.
We're on the cusp of understanding these little hidden discoveries in the universe that maybe one day we'll understand. There's a portal between point A and point B, that instead of creating that straight line and traversing it over 100,000 years, that you can travel through a doorway and get there in a day and a half.
Close encounters and scientific investigation offer a possible glimpse into the secrets of extraterrestrial interstellar flights. And all roads lead to one important concept: anti-gravity propulsion.
It seems clear that science is beginning to look seriously at the idea of exotic energy sources, exotic propulsion systems, rotating disks, and anti-gravity. These are the first steps in taking humanity out of the cosmos.
The theory is that they could potentially unlock those secrets of the cosmos, figure out how to do 100,000 light years of travel in a very short amount of time, where, yeah, you and I can't understand that, but an alien race who had a million-year head start on us, that's child's play.
Unsealed case file: the Janos incident. June 19, 1978, Gloucester, UK. John Mann and his family are driving down a rural highway at night when they spot a convex object in the sky. John pulls the car over and sees a silent, black, disc-shaped UFO. He drives away in fear, but it takes an unusually long time to arrive at their destination, time for which he has no explanation.
The Janos incident of 1978 gives us an incredibly rich narrative of another civilization. The story that emerged here from the family that encountered these extraterrestrials was that they were dealing with almost, I guess you use the phrase, galactic refugees.
Under regression hypnosis, the Mann family recounts an incredible encounter with an enormous alien civilization.
A cataclysmic event involving the destruction of one of their own moons had rained fire and destruction on their own world, and a huge ring-shaped spaceship with 10 million passengers had effectively taken the Janos people away to seek a new home.
The aliens allegedly tell the Mann family that they are parked in Earth's orbit, waiting for permission to land.
We get this incredible account of a civilization looking for a new home, right here.
The family allegedly encounters one particular alien who offers them a stunning proposition.
And that the leader had said, if you will deal with us, if you will give us permission to make our home here, as our world has been destroyed, is that we will give you, the human race, the secrets of our spaceship. We will share with you our technology.
John Mann then claims he is taken around the spaceship and shown its propulsion system.
If humans acquired the secrets of building ships that would take us to the stars, the value of that to the human race would be incalculable.
John Mann claims that he has shown the alien civilization's journey from Earth back to planet Janus. But how did they get here? Many modern scientists believe that developing some form of anti-gravity propulsion system is the key to understanding how many UFOs behave.
Because there's a lot of speculation that any exotic energy source and propulsion system either uses or has as its byproduct a plasma.
Plasma is a supercharged state of gas created by electromagnetic forces. But just how a UFO may utilize it is a mystery. Many reports of UFOs describe a bright light, like a ball of plasma, that often turns into a metallic-looking UFO upon closer examination. Could plasma be the key to understanding how extraterrestrials are able to perform interstellar travel?
In the 90s, a maverick scientist stepped forward to claim that he had effectively constructed an anti-gravity device of some sort. He constructed these ceramic rings, which he put into magnetic fields, using superconductors, and rotating this, claimed that as much as 2% of the weight just disappeared.
Just how important would a scientific breakthrough of that magnitude be to the future of humanity?
If a civilization has a 100,000 year or a 500,000 year or a million year head start, their technology, their intelligence, their science, their ability to really kind of traverse the stars is going to be so far beyond the capability of the human race, we wouldn't even be able to fathom it as a society right now.
Is the future of interstellar flight within our grasp? And if so, what does that say about our place in the galaxy?
The human race needs to go to the stars if we're to evolve and survive, and we can't do that without interstellar travel, viable interstellar, faster-than-light travel. If someone can give us that, if we can trade that, the value of that we are talking nothing less than the survival of the human race itself. And those are high stakes.
It is inevitable that one day the human race will step foot on another planet and there will be some other intelligent civilization to greet us. The human race then becomes that extraterrestrial entity that is setting foot on an alien planet to us, but a home to someone else. It's inevitable when it'll happen.
The hunt for intelligent life in the universe has never been more urgent. Rapid advances in science and technology have given mankind unprecedented access to distant galaxies that could harbor life, and the galaxies of subatomic particles that make up the entirety of life itself. Now that we have the power to understand our place in the universe on a fundamental level, one question remains: are we alone? And if extraterrestrial life exists, where is it?
I believe they are there. The big question is whether or not that they have come here.
Scientists around the world are hunting the universe for signs of intelligent life. But where are they looking? And why?
If there's other life out there in the universe, which I'm sure there is, it's only a matter of time before we find them. Basically, this is going to happen one of two ways. Either they'll come to us and it will be beyond any dispute. There will be sort of landing on the White House lawn, spaceships in orbit over all major cities, whatever form it takes. Or, if it doesn't happen that way, we'll go out and find them.
When we look at the stars for life or intelligent life that is budded on another planet, we look, number one, for Earth-like planets. And what we've realized in the last couple of decades is that nearly every star in the sky probably has a string of planets very much like our solar system.
So you would look for a rocky inner planet, and this is the critical thing. It should be probably in the so-called Goldilocks zone, which is that part of a solar system where the temperature would be neither too hot nor too cold, and where water, this is the critical thing, would be able to exist in liquid form.
I believe that by the sheer numbers alone, the odds of another civilization being out there are pretty astronomical.
It's only a matter of time before we find kind of Earth 2, so to speak. And recent studies suggesting there might not be hundreds or thousands, but millions or even billions of worlds like our own out there, billions of Earths, suggests to me that the universe should be absolutely swarming with life.
It's one thing to look for simple organisms, but how can scientists search for advanced extraterrestrial civilizations? Many scientists are looking at the phenomenon known as a black hole, a vortex where a huge amount of matter has collapsed in on itself, creating such an extreme force of gravity that nothing can escape it, not even light.
Some of the people who say, where do we look, say the real smart civilizations will migrate to near the black hole. So if you look for the black hole, that's where you might find aliens. Not in it, but close enough to it to mine somehow the energy.
Using a black hole as fuel is far beyond our technological capability. But there is another more prevalent type of universal energy much closer to home. Unsealed case file. The Sun. March 12, 2012. NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory captures stunning pictures of a giant orb that appears to be detaching from the surface of the Sun and shooting out into space.
A lot speculate this is an alien spaceship, that this is something that's using our sun to power their ship like a gas station. Stop, fill up, and away they go.
NASA claims the object is a little understood phenomenon called a prominence, and how they arise on the surface of the sun makes them appear otherworldly.
One of the biggest problems I have with this discovery is the sheer size of what this phenomena is. When you compare the size of Earth to the sun, you're talking about a very small dot, maybe even a marble compared to this gigantic sun, the star that gives us life here on Earth. When you look at this video and you see the sun, this object is a considerable size. This would have to be the size of multiple Earths all put together.
Even NASA say they don't really understand what these filaments would be. So I think what this tells us is whatever we think this thing is, alien spaceship or natural phenomenon, it tells us that the universe has some big surprises in store for us, and that everything we think we know, we may have to rethink and learn a whole new physics.
Coming up, we visit one of Earth's closest planetary neighbors and investigate why many consider it to be alien territory. The hunt for alien life in the universe has taken huge leaps forward, with new advances in physics, telescopes, and communications. But perhaps the most important breakthrough has come from developments in the aerospace industry.
I believe it's inevitable that the human race will conquer long-term spaceflight, but you're going to have to figure out what you're willing to sacrifice. Are we talking about a 10-year flight? Are we talking about a 10-week flight? Or are we talking about a 10,000-year flight to get to another solar system in general? So we have to figure out what we're willing to do to achieve that long-term spaceflight.
As mankind expands its presence in the solar system, Mars is a natural stepping stone, and NASA predicts we will set foot on the red planet sometime in the 2030s.
Here we are truly on the cusp of manned Mars missions. In the next 2 to 3 decades, they believe that we will put a human on the surface of Mars, but they're not coming back. It's a sacrifice that the astronauts who will leave the planet Earth for good will land on Mars and live the remaining days of their lives on another planet.
We already have evidence that it supported life in the past, and exploring Mars could answer a fundamental question. Is there extraterrestrial life beyond our solar system?
There's life out there, and, you know, whether it's picking up a signal on a radio telescope, whether it's going out there and finding them for ourselves, but we're going to get there. Ours is going to be the generation that makes this discovery, and my goodness, it's going to be the biggest and most profound discovery that the human race has ever made.
Unsealed case file, the Mars anomalies. July 26, 1976. The Viking 1 spacecraft is 1,000 miles above Mars and scanning the surface for a place to send the Viking 2 lander down to the red planet. On its 35th orbit, Viking 1 captures a photograph taken from Mars' northern desert region called Cydonia. This picture of a mile-long desert mesa stuns the world with its uncanny similarity to a human face.
Hardly a week goes by, so it seems, without some photo from the surface of Mars cropping up that someone says shows some anomaly.
This leads many in ufology to conclude that this and countless more pictures from the surface of Mars are evidence of an alien civilization.
Is this an artifact? Is this a bone? Is this life? I mean, people talk about the face on Mars, but there have also been lizards, bones, fossils, all sorts.
Looking at photos that have come back from Mars, people have seen pyramids, faces on Mars, creatures walking around, fossilized remnants of ground squirrels, a skull.
We are now collecting an unprecedented amount of data from satellites and probes on Mars.
The theory was that Mars used to have water, which we now know is true. Perhaps there was a civilization there, but it was dying. And it was building these canals to try and irrigate their crops, to try and desperately cling to life.
But what does the red planet have to offer mankind now? Scientists believe Mars may be our best option if humanity needs to start again.
Our first view was that we would probably set up some sort of colony under a dome in which we would have an atmosphere like our own. But now the thinking is, why build a dome and have ourselves so limited and so vulnerable, when actually the best way to go forward would be to change Mars so that we terraform it into something where we wouldn't need a dome or a spacesuit, where we could just walk around and breathe the atmosphere.
NASA has studied how Mars could be terraformed using our current technology and suggests that it's complicated but possible. The process would begin by releasing greenhouse gases into the Mars atmosphere. The effect would be to raise the planet's surface temperature to a livable level, melt polar ice caps to provide water, and plant trees to produce oxygen.
We know for a scientific fact that Earth will die. Everybody here on the planet Earth will cease to exist. And so we have to figure out how to get off this planet.
The search for extraterrestrial life extends from our own planetary neighborhood deep into the cosmos. But some scientists believe that to find alien life, we need to rethink our concept of time and look no farther than our own backyard. Unsealed case file, the Papua New Guinea wave. June 26th and 27th, 1959. Boyanai, Papua New Guinea. Reverend William Gill is a respected educator and ordained priest, teaching in Papua New Guinea. On the night of June 26th, he and 38 other witnesses see a light descend from the clouds and a large object that he later refers to as a mothership.
The mass sightings that took place in Papua New Guinea in 1959 were compelling and actually a little disturbing. The main witness was a missionary called Father Gill, and together with a number of locals, they saw UFOs over a period of several weeks, and there were probably 20, 30, 40, 50 sightings.
Reverend Gill describes the UFO as disc-shaped, with a wide base and landing gear.
On one of the occasions, Father Gill reported a craft where he said there was what appeared to be almost a viewing deck on top of this thing, where he saw strangely humanoid entities which almost appeared to be looking at us.
In a spontaneous gesture, Reverend Gill stretches his hand to wave, and he claims that the beings on the spaceship wave back.
He wasn't the only witness. There were about 5 other ones, including a teacher, that saw these humanoid beings on top of a UFO above them.
Copies of Reverend Gill's own report were distributed to members of Australia's parliament. But in the end, Air Force authorities dismissed the incident.
And you can almost understand an alien spaceship with aliens in. But if you see something with beings that are so similar to us that they're indistinguishable, it is almost the most disturbing thing of all. I mean, because you ask yourself, who are these people? What do they want? Why do they look so like us?
The sighting is so important that 13 years later, famous American UFO investigator Dr. Allen Hynek decides to re-examine the evidence.
Dr. J. Allen Hynek was a scientist who headed Project Blue Book. He started off as a pretty big skeptic, pretty much a debunker. He thought every UFO case that was out there was explainable. But as he saw more and more, and he talked to more witnesses, and he understood a little bit more about the phenomena, he was a skeptic debunker turned believer.
For him to say, so many years after the event, that this is important, and he flew out there and he interviewed some of the witnesses, this tells me that this was a case of almost unique interest and importance in the whole history of the UFO phenomenon.
Hynek is mostly interested in the eyewitness claims that the aliens looked human.
One possible reason why this disturbs people so much, and it's a motif that one sees in science fiction, is infiltration. I guess the classic sci-fi series is The Invaders, but the idea that we have aliens in human form, perhaps slowly bringing their people down, getting them into key positions of power.
Some speculate that the case in New Guinea is proof that the human race is being visited not necessarily by an alien race that comes from another solar system or another planet, but rather it's ourselves. It's the human race coming back in time to revisit its infant self. to look down at their civilization 1,000, 50,000, even 100,000 years prior to when they are.
Could the Papua New Guinea UFO incident be humans from the future?
I believe that if we are being visited and these UFOs are not our Earth-based technology, that it's probably an alien civilization that comes from the stars. But the fun thing about this is we simply don't know. Science is proven wrong all the time.
And how can you fight them if you don't know who they are? Your family, your friends, your neighbors, your scientific figures, your political leaders, your religious leaders. I mean, what if all these people are actually aliens? I mean, it sounds crazy. Any civilization with the technology to travel between the stars probably has the technology to disguise itself effectively. So maybe it's not a question of, going out and looking for them. Maybe they are already here.
While some search for extraterrestrials in deep space, encounters reported with humanoid beings have many in the UFO community wrestling with a paradox. Are extraterrestrials human beings from the future?
It's definitely possible that if a biological life form started evolving on another planet with Earth-like conditions on an Earth-like planet in a solar system that is like ours, that the theory of evolution will probably prove true, that they will look very similar to us.
Recently, an expert in computational genomics decided to find out.
Dr. Alan Kwan at Washington University conducted an intriguing study where he speculated about the future of the human race. And he said, well, we often look back, but what if we look forward, maybe 100,000 years? What might human beings look like?
Both a man and a woman, their head was growing in size, so it's much larger than what we look like today.
I mean, it's obviously human, and yet it isn't.
Many UFO researchers have seen these physical characteristics before.
If you go forward not 100,000 years, but 1 million, is that image going to actually be the image of a grey alien that would be familiar to every sci-fi fan and ufologist on the face of the planet? And that leads us to a possibility. Are the greys actually not aliens at all, but us? Are the greys what we, human beings, evolve into?
Could our genetic makeup be universally connected? Are alien visitors in our skies actually our distant relatives?
People often talk about the search for aliens. Well, maybe we've already found them. Maybe they're already here. Maybe if they are us, we are the aliens.
In the years right after World War II, UFO sightings are still considered rare and unusual events. But the UFO phenomenon is about to descend onto the world stage. Many government experts consider the unusual aircraft are not aliens from another world, but Soviet spies or Nazis testing Allied defenses and gathering intelligence for an impending war.
In the mid to late 40s, when you had these unknown craft that were appearing above the United States, there wasn't really necessarily an immediate fear that this was aliens attacking us. But we were just out of World War II. There was a lot of fear that this could be Nazi technology that survived the war, and they were doing some kind of second push.
Public attitudes about all of this were strange. We were in that odd post-war era. Everything was kind of in flux. The Nazis, the Japanese had been defeated, but this new enemy, our former ally, the Soviet Union, had emerged. The Second World War had transitioned into the Cold War. It was a time of great uncertainty, great confusion.
After Hiroshima, America's secret weapon is no longer a secret. But no one knows if the Soviet Union also has atomic weapons, or if escaped Nazis harbor the technology.
It was a period of unprecedented confusion, uncertainty, and nerves.
We knew that Nazis had escaped Germany. They could have very well have created some base somewhere else with this technology and started to attack us.
Unsealed case file, The Kenneth Arnold sighting, June 24th, 1947, Mount Rainier, Washington.
In June 1947, just before the infamous Roswell incident, a light aircraft pilot called Kenneth Arnold had a sighting which would change the world. While he was flying over the Cascade Mountains in Washington state, he saw 9 strange objects flying in formation at a speed he estimated to be 1,200 miles an hour.
Arnold claims the objects are delta-shaped craft and vary their angle and speed in a manner impossible for 1947. He describes the saucers moving at a speed that would kill a normal pilot, and initially concludes the objects are either remote-controlled and man-made or not of this world.
He was a pilot. He was aware of what was supposed to be in the sky and what was not.
This was significantly ahead of any technology that was flying at the time. And these strange delta-shaped craft were like nothing he'd ever seen before. And of course, he was a pilot, so a very good witness.
His story has been really known in the field of ufology as that first case, that first unknown interaction between an actual pilot seeing craft outside of his window that lacked any explanation whatsoever.
When he was asked later how these things had moved, not only did he describe the speed, but he went on to talk about a sort of jerky movement. And he said it was like a stone would be, like a saucer would be if you skipped it over the water. Before 1947, the public really didn't have anything to call UFOs. There was really no label for all of this.
But a newspaper catches on to Arnold's saucer description, and the term flying saucer enters the modern lexicon.
It tapped into something. It captured the public imagination. The story was syndicated around the world, and suddenly flying saucer fever swept the world. A new term had been born, and this really was the beginning of the flying saucer age.
In 1947, at the dawn of modern-day ufology, where flying saucers were being seen all around the United States, the government created the United States Air Force. Now, the United States Air Force pretty much took the lead in trying to figure out what UFOs were.
Just 1 week after the Air Force officially separates from the Army, it creates Project Sign, which becomes the first organization in the world to try and understand the UFO problem from a scientific perspective.
And Project Sign investigated numerous reports, brought in scientists to say, what are we dealing with here?
There wasn't 1 or 2 sightings at this point. They were being reported throughout the United States at a very high rate. So they knew the phenomena was real. They had to figure out what it was.
The fledgling U.S. Air Force initially considers many UFO sightings might be foreign enemy technology.
When these craft were appearing above America, we had no idea if the Soviets decided, well, hey, you know what? Maybe Hitler had a point to rule the world, and even though he failed and we got him, let's turn our sights to America and let's control those guys.
But as UFO sightings increase, so does the government's fear of what UFOs might actually be.
Just as the United States grabbed a whole bunch of Nazi scientists in Operation Paperclip and started putting together secret programs of their own, well, maybe the Soviets got some too. So could some of these flying saucers be Soviet aircraft or even missiles?
In 1947, UFO researchers from the United States Air Force struggled to explain a wave of sightings across the country, until a series of sightings at an important U.S. Air Force base has the government on high alert. Unsealed case file, the Muroc Air Force Base incident. July 7th, 1947, Southern California.
Shortly after Kenneth Arnold's flying saucer sighting, shortly after the Roswell incident, came a series of strange sightings at Muroc Air Force Base, now known as Edwards Air Force Base in California.
At 10 a.m. on July 7th, a pilot observes an unknown spherical object flying east at about 10,000 feet. On July 8th, 4 military personnel observed 2 circular objects flying at approximately 300 miles per hour, spiral toward the horizon.
Some of the craft were described as simply light spheres or orbs in the sky, while others were the more common flying saucer UFOs.
Later that evening, a P-51 pilot twice attempts to intercept a flat silver disc of a, quote, light-reflecting nature.
Pilot of a jet aircraft who actually chased a UFO unsuccessfully for a while. The speeds and maneuvers were described as too great for him to even catch this thing. Even the commanding officer had a sighting.
UFO sightings have suddenly become an alarming trend within the military community.
It's one thing for a civilian or even a civilian pilot to see flying saucers and describe them as such, but when the military themselves start seeing the same phenomena, they're seeing it over military installations, that's a problem.
When people who have huge experience in judging heights and speeds, when they say these are disc-shaped craft, when they talk about strange rotational motions, the military sits up and takes notice. These sightings were hugely significant.
Many inside the Air Force start to suspect that the unknown craft may be top-secret American technology.
The United States Air Force went through the assumption that they must be dealing with some sort of U.S. domestic military program that people investigating all of this just hadn't been briefed into.
But internal inquiries turn up nothing.
Now, eventually that theory was discarded because after a certain degree of investigation, all the branches of government were brought into this, and they said, no, we don't have anything like that.
Still without answers, Project Sign recruits a number of leading aeronautical experts. Among them, Alfred Loading.
One of the scientists that Project Sign brought aboard was Alfred Loading. His expertise would be instrumental to try and figure out what the UFO phenomena was.
Alfred Loading was an aeronautical engineer who had done pioneering work on disc-shaped and delta-shaped aircraft. Loading was seconded onto this because of his expertise and asked, what is it that we're dealing with here?
Loading and his colleagues are considered some of the greatest technological minds America has to offer.
These people were aeronautical engineers. These people were aviation specialists. These people were physicists. They, better than anyone on the face of the planet, had an idea of what the level of aviation technology was. So when they looked at the UFO reports, they said, look, the speeds, the maneuverability here, the rotation, the strange way in which these things move, we can't do that.
For the leading scientists of the day, it becomes a process of elimination.
This isn't German technology, back engineered. This isn't Soviet stuff. This isn't US domestic. This is above and beyond that. These scientists said, we simply don't have that technology. If it's not us, it must be somebody else. Increasingly and sensationally, parts of the US government started to think the unthinkable.
In the summer of 1947, a wave of UFO sightings forces the government to investigate what is being witnessed in the skies all across the country. Could it be technology created by hostile governments? Or something even more disturbing? Unsealed case file, the Childs Whited incident. July 24th, 1948, Montgomery, Alabama. Chief Pilot Clarence Childs and co-pilot John Whited are flying a DC-3 passenger plane on a routine night flight when Childs spots an object rapidly approaching in the sky.
Now, the pilot saw this craft. He knew it shouldn't be there, and it also did not look like anything that he could really easily recognize. He ends up tapping his co-pilot on the shoulder, telling him to take a look, and then they see this craft travel at an incredible rate of speed from a fairly far distance to nearly right in front of them.
The pilots described the craft as cigar-shaped, with glowing windows on the side.
This thing was closing fast they almost literally braced for impact, took evasive action, and this object passed rapidly along the side of the aircraft. This is a classic case of trained aviation personnel, pilots, seeing these things and saying this was literally like nothing on Earth.
The near miss is taken seriously by the U.S. government.
I think the military knew that this was a very reliable case. They knew that the witnesses were very reliable themselves. The case truly showed how dangerous this phenomena could be. The pilots knew that they had to take evasive action to not collide with this unidentified craft.
When you're looking at highly trained pilots with nothing to gain and arguably everything to lose by coming out with this sort of thing, in terms of credibility, this is about as good as it gets.
I think the military knew as the commercial flights were going to increase in the coming years and decades, the problem had to be solved. It didn't matter if the UFO was alien or not. The fact that it was there, that a physical craft was there that could potentially cause that collision, bring down an airliner, that's a problem that needs to be fixed.
But according to aeronautics engineer and Project Sign investigator Alfred Loading, the problem is something the Air Force finds hard to accept.
It was Loading who was one of the first people to actually ask, could we be dealing here not with domestic US technology, not with Soviet technology, but with extraterrestrials? And he became one of the first people to really consider what was in later years dubbed the extraterrestrial hypothesis.
The cases that they were investigating, the UFOs, the craft, were performing maneuvers that we essentially couldn't do at the time. And so they really had no other explanation for it.
This near miss put in people's minds for the first time the idea that we're dealing here with not just lights or shapes in the sky, but structured craft with occupants.
These craft are now showing that they can go anywhere and everywhere that they want, that there's absolutely no limitation to it.
To this day, the Childs Whited case remains unidentified.
Later, when people involved in Project Bluebird, like Captain Ruppelt, looked back and said, what are the most compelling cases that we have on our files? This near miss is pretty much at the top of the pile.
The Childs Whited incident leads some experts to consider an unimaginable possibility.
If it isn't us, could it be that some of this is extraterrestrial in technology? Are we being visited?
After a wave of sightings in the 1940s, the U.S. government's UFO investigative body, Project Sign, is tasked with finding an explanation.
And Project Sign investigated numerous reports, brought in scientists to say, what are we dealing with here? And finally, they produced an assessment, an intelligence assessment, known as Estimate of the Situation.
Now, this was a document that essentially outlined their conclusions. It put forward the explanation that the UFO phenomena truly was connected to aliens and extraterrestrials.
To this day, the report has allegedly been seen by only a select few.
Nobody can find it. It mysteriously just simply vanished. Freedom of Information Act requests have been filed all over the place, and the document just doesn't exist.
It was suppressed, it was hidden, maybe it was shredded. This was dynamite.
It marks the beginning of a decades-long denial of the UFO phenomenon.
This was essentially the dawn of the military denial phase. It was like one arm would say, hey, this is true. The other arm would say, no, it's not true.
It really was a tug of war between believers and skeptics, not in the public, but within government, within the small ranks of those people charged with investigating this phenomenon.
So this document, I think, is probably, if it exists, the most important piece of evidence that would come out of this era.
This was nothing short of those people within the US government charged with investigating UFOs saying, we have investigated and we are being visited. It would be like the chairman of the Joint Chiefs saying, you know what, all this talk about UFOs, it's real. We're being visited. We're not alone. Can you imagine the public reaction?
Communities around the world rely on policemen and women to ensure safety and security. And if an extraterrestrial threat were to suddenly occur, they would almost certainly be the first to respond.
Police officers are very important witnesses. They're highly trained to be visual, observe, and essentially document their daily routine.
But what happens when they witness a close encounter of the third kind? Unsealed case file, the Zamora incident. April 24th, 1964, Socorro, New Mexico. New Mexico State Police Officer Lonnie Zamora is in hot pursuit of a speeding car when something catches his attention.
He saw a strange light in the sky and heard a roaring sound, rather like a rocket.
Zamora breaks off his pursuit of the speeding car and is concerned that the roaring sound is a local dynamite shack exploding. But then, he sees an object above him.
He broke off his pursuit and decided to follow this strange object. He lost sight of it for a while, and then when he came over a hill, he encountered this most extraordinary scene of what looked like a spherical or oval-shaped silver object actually on the ground.
He stops his patrol car, gets out of his car, and actually starts to approach the object. He sees it and describes it as this white in color, spherical or saucer-shaped craft. It had definitely landed on the ground. And then he sees bodies actually exit the craft, walk out into the field. As he approaches whomever these beings were, he describes it as like he startled them or kind of scared them a little bit, and that they got back into the craft and took off.
The craft accelerates out of sight at an incredible speed.
As the craft was taking off, he remembered that there was some type of flame or maybe an engine of some kind that was underneath the craft as it took off. And as he approached where the object was, he saw that there was actually trace evidence or evidence that was left behind that something was there.
Zamora's training takes over. He gets on the radio and calls in.
This really was almost a perfect storm of what makes a UFO case compelling. A police witness, a landed UFO, and physical traces.
His testimony about the flame underneath the craft was backed up by the evidence that was left in the field. So we had scorched ground, scorched vegetation, that something was definitely there, and something altered the vegetation in the field.
The Zamora sighting quickly becomes one of the most heavily investigated UFO sightings of its day. The Army, Air Force's Project Blue Book, NICAP, and the FBI all try to understand its implications.
There was an area of the desert which seemed to be kind of more glassy, as if there really had been something with a high heat source present there. And when the US government looked at this, they said, we really don't know what to make of this.
Noted Project Blue Book astronomer Alan Hynek arrives on the scene. Hynek has years of experience investigating not only aerial phenomena, but the people who witnessed them.
Hynek called Officer Zamora an unimpeachable witness, and I think that there's a couple of reasons for that. He was a very honest and trustworthy police officer, but on top of that, you also had physical trace evidence that you can touch, feel, and back up his testimony.
Critics find it hard to dismiss Zamora's testimony.
When he didn't know something, he said, I don't know. When he didn't see something, he said, I didn't see it. This was a man who did not guess. And Hynek said, witnesses don't get any better than this.
There are also other eyewitnesses who describe seeing and hearing the same object in the same area at the same time.
People higher up the chain of command would look at a case like this and still dismiss UFOs as just misidentifications and hoaxes. Famously, Hynek went on to say, the Air Force doesn't know what science is.
But the Air Force's formal public report rejects some elements of the testimony and attempts to discredit the other eyewitnesses, even Zamora himself.
There were some theories that were put around about Zamora. They were pretty insulting, actually. Maybe he had been the victim of a practical joke. Maybe he'd been in on some hoax to try to bring tourism to the area. None of these theories stood up. He had nothing to gain by this, and probably everything to lose.
But a secret report prepared for the CIA states there is no question about Zamora's reliability.
In later years, Zamora became so disillusioned with both the Air Force and indeed with the UFO community that he really dropped out of the whole scene. He just wanted an explanation, and he never got one.
Most UFO sightings are plagued by contradictions and inconsistencies. But police UFO sightings are comprehensive, critical, and scientific. In a word, they are credible. But what happens when over 24 police officers witness something unexplainable in the sky? Unsealed case file. The Cosford Incident. March 30th and 31st, 1993. Devon, England.
The Cosford Incident from the UK in March 1993 is one of the best evidenced waves of UFO sightings in recent years. There were several dozen UFO sightings, many of which were from serving police officers and military personnel.
The high point of the Cosford wave saw 2 Air Force bases directly overflown by an unknown craft. And the UK Ministry of Defence's very own UFO investigator, Nick Pope, was on the case.
The UFO was seen by a patrol of military police officers, and they said that this thing passed directly overhead and was triangular in shape and of immense size. But at the second base, Shawbury, the meteorological officer reported to me the following morning that he had seen a huge triangular-shaped craft flying maybe no more than 200 feet above the ground.
But what the officer sees next shakes him to the core.
He saw a thin beam of light fire down from this UFO to the ground and then track backwards and forwards as if it was looking for something. And then, he said, from a very slow speed, maybe no more than 50 miles an hour, the beam of light retracted and the UFO from this slow speed accelerated away to the horizon just in an instant. His voice, by the way, was still shaking as I interviewed him the following morning.
Nick Pope digs deeper into the case, and his reports reach the leaders of the Ministry of Defense.
We were all completely baffled. There was nothing tracked on radar. There were 1 or 2 possibly vague pings, but nothing that we could say with any certainty were any kind of aircraft that we were familiar with.
Police officers were instrumental in convincing authorities that something violated UK airspace.
Police officers played a huge part in bringing the Cosford incident to light. It was a report from a patrol of Air Force police officers at RAF Cosford that really was one of the key incidents of that whole night. Police officers in the surrounding area were able to say that civilians had seen this thing too. So it was the police that drew together the strands of this.
One of the key factors in gathering evidence was the UK's implementation of a standardized police form.
Every single police station in the United Kingdom had a standard operating procedure and indeed a form whereby we in the Ministry of Defence had given them the questions that we wanted answered. So this came to us in a strictly regimented format so that we had all the raw data that we needed. in terms of date, time, location, height, speed, description, sound, etc.
The quality of the police testimony played a critical role.
I interviewed many of the police, civilian and military. Their testimony was second to none. These people were trained observers, and when they relayed this to me, I was able to say with a high degree of confidence, this is exactly the way that this happened.
After such an in-depth investigation, the UK government comes to a stunning conclusion.
For the first time that I can recall, we put in black and white in our assessment that an uncorrelated target, an unidentified craft, penetrated the UK's sophisticated air defence network and flew with apparent impunity for hours over the United Kingdom. So it's arguably the only government assessment of UFOs that directly contradicts the party line, the official line.
Civilian extraterrestrial sightings are often greeted with skepticism. However, eyewitness reports filed by police personnel can elevate UFO case files.
If they see something strange and unusual, chances are you're going to get a very detailed response from them.
But in some cases, highly coordinated efforts by multiple police officers can yield more questions than answers. Unsealed case file, the St. Clair Triangle. January 5th, 2000, Southern Illinois. Officer Ed Barton responds to a 4 a.m. call from dispatch. Witnesses claim they have seen a UFO in the night sky. When Officer Barton arrives at the location, he witnesses a black triangle beaming powerful lights to the ground. He claims the triangle emits no noise and does not behave like conventional aircraft. Suddenly, the triangle accelerates out of sight, and it is picked up by another police officer in the next town.
Here you've got many of these police witnesses describing a vast triangular-shaped craft just hanging there in the sky and then suddenly accelerating away to the horizon at high Mach speeds. What really made this compelling was that not only were some of the witnesses police officers out on patrol, but these police officers were radioing back to their dispatchers what they were seeing, and they were also coordinating the investigation when it came to sightings from the public.
And they were able to actually document where this craft was heading and then have other police officers essentially pick up the chase and follow this craft wherever it was going.
5 police departments spanning a large area of southwest Illinois tracked the triangular UFO.
And it was that type of communication which ultimately became a very powerful tool for them to essentially track this UFO to try and figure out what it was. When you have multiple police officers that are able to essentially track a UFO and they can stay in contact with each other through radio contact, that brings another level of credibility to this.
I can't say with any certainty that this was extraterrestrial. We have no definitive proof, but sometimes with a sighting like this, you're really left with the feeling there's not much else it can be.
But some experts believe the Illinois Triangle can be explained.
But I think at the end of the day, it's that probably a military aircraft. Because when you look at our technology, when you look at the F-117 stealth fighter, and you look at what we have flying in the skies, or what ultimately could be a top-secret aircraft, it is very similar in design. So I think the Black Triangle UFO phenomena, what we're seeing is maybe a peek into technology that's being developed, but the military hasn't told us yet.
Whatever it was, some experts believe that even the most credible testimony will always be met with a certain degree of skepticism.
I think there's another factor at play here, and this is human variation. Different witnesses have different memories, they have different belief systems, different perceptions. I think almost everyone is going to see and perceive something, particularly something exotic, outside their normal frame of reference, in a different way. The irony is that this is something every police officer will tell you.
Police accounts of UFO sightings can elevate the study of unknown objects in our skies.
I think a police officer, when they see something like that, that level of credibility is really raised for a particular case, because you do have that level of honesty and reliability and essentially training that if they saw something that they cannot explain, I think that's something that we have to look at.
However, even the most highly trained police personnel are not immune to skeptics, something the officers involved in the St. Clair Triangle incident know all too well.
In the aftermath of the Illinois UFO sightings, many of the police witnesses, many of the police officers who investigated this and saw things themselves, they had headaches, they had anxiety, depression, they became the butt end of jokes.
If you start getting made fun of or somebody completely discounts what you saw, the next time you see something like that, my guess is you're going to be pretty apprehensive to coming out and explaining what you saw.
So I think you're looking at the tip of the iceberg. There's a whole bunch of other police sightings out there that never see the light of day at all because the people think, well, what's in it for me? Only a whole bunch of heartache.
Along with ridicule comes a culture of suppression.
And I think we see this time and time again. We see this with military, commercial aviation pilots. We see them come out with a story, and what happens? They get made fun of. There's always a joke at the end of a news broadcast.
Higher up the chain of command, you clearly have, as you have, for example, also with pilots, people saying, we really don't want you talking to the media about this.
But at the end of the day, the most credible witnesses just may be the people we trust to keep us safe.
I think that UFO investigators recognize that if you have two cases, one of which has a police officer backing up and one doesn't, chances are the case with the police officer is going to rank just a little bit higher than all the others.
In 1981, NASA launches its first space shuttle, Columbia, marking a new era in space exploration.
It really kind of gave us a floating laboratory in the sky versus the older Apollo rockets that you would just strap in and essentially hope for the best. The space shuttle was a much more controlled environment for human spaceflight.
They were used to launch and to repair satellites. They were used for cutting-edge scientific research. And of course, they played a hugely pivotal role in the construction of the International Space Station.
For the first time, mankind establishes a permanent presence in space. It has been continuously occupied since the year 2000.
The space shuttle was instrumental in creating our next steps in human spaceflight, getting beyond the moon and essentially towards Mars and beyond.
2 years before the first mission to build the International Space Station, a NASA shuttle captures stunning video of what many consider to be a UFO. Unsealed case file, the Tether Incident. February 22nd, 1996, Kennedy Space Center, Florida. Space Shuttle Columbia is launched on its 19th mission. The goal is to deploy an experimental satellite system into orbit on a conducting tether.
The tether incident from the Space Shuttle mission STS-75 is one of the biggest conspiracy theories involving NASA.
The Space Shuttle's mission was to launch a more than 12-mile-long space tether out from the shuttle cargo bay. Now, this thing stretched for 12 miles, but it actually ended up breaking before it could extend to about a 12.8-mile length.
Strange objects were seen, and some believe that these objects were UFOs, perhaps monitoring what NASA was doing with this satellite and this tether.
This is actual live footage recorded by NASA of the STS-75 tether incident.
As the astronauts continued to film the tether, you saw these mysterious objects that seemed to be flying behind this focal point on the film. Now, we know for a fact that this was 12 miles long, and yet it appeared that these craft were passing behind it. Now, math can deduce that these objects were huge, and nobody could explain them.
But NASA is quick to dismiss the incident as space debris.
There's a huge amount of debris out there in space. The space tracking radars that are located at various locations on Earth track literally thousands of these pieces. Some of them just inches across, but others defunct satellites, for example.
Scientists have estimated that there are more than 20,000 objects bigger than a softball that are in orbit around Earth. They're going more than 17.5 thousand miles an hour. So you're talking about bullets going everywhere around trying to fly an airplane. That creates quite a challenge for safe human spaceflight.
I don't think people realize just how much is out there. Spanners and gloves dropped by astronauts on previous missions, bits of foam, all sorts of debris. If any of this directly impacts a satellite, it could take it out. If any of it directly impacts an astronaut, it could be fatal.
But some experts are not convinced that the objects seen in the STS-75 footage are space debris.
When you look at the evidence, the real evidence, you look at the videos, you see that a lot of times these objects appear to be intelligently controlled, that they're making right-angle turns. They're not just slowly floating off into space and then they go away. I mean, these are things that appear time and time again.
One theory is that the shuttle released large pieces of debris from its cargo bay minutes before the UFOs appeared on screen. But critics claim the space shuttle rarely sheds any debris from its cargo bay.
Once the STS-75 footage and the tether incident really came to light, people were very excited over this because I think that this was, to many, undeniable proof that there was something massive flying in space that wasn't us.
NASA effectively live streamed a lot of its missions, and so this footage was all being recorded and was getting out there, and there are a whole bunch of, I guess you would call them, space geeks who would tap into this, record it off the NASA feed, and then go back and try and analyze and interpret it, literally frame by frame.
You see these gigantic objects that appear to pass behind the tether. Doing that math, some scientists, some experts, they postulate that these objects were miles in diameter. And that's not anything that we've put up there.
Many in the UFO community believe NASA's live feed may have captured compelling footage of UFOs in Earth's orbit. But are the objects extraterrestrial spaceships or a trick of the camera?
Many years ago, NASA decided to start broadcasting their camera feeds from space.
It's very difficult for people that really don't know anything about space photography and the way in which things look in space to really get a true handle on what's going on. The ordinary person can't judge distances. They can't judge the sizes of objects.
Those amateur researchers then would go in and start analyzing frame by frame by frame, and they made some fascinating discoveries that it wasn't just space, stars, and a few debris things hanging around outside, that it appeared to have evidence of craft being seen outside the space station or the space shuttle.
Compelling footage of what may be extraterrestrial craft has been recorded from multiple cameras mounted on the International Space Station and on the now decommissioned space shuttles.
There are fixed cameras mounted on some of the space shuttles and the rockets, for example. The astronauts, of course, themselves have handheld cameras, so they can point and shoot at specific things as situations arise.
And in many cases, astronauts are following orders from mission control.
Indeed, if you look at mission control itself, there are fixed cameras in the room recording all the time what's going on at mission control. So there's multiple levels of this. The central philosophy running through all of this is don't miss anything.
Unsealed case file. The abrupt turn. September 15th, 1991, Kennedy Space Center, Florida. Space Shuttle Discovery launches into orbit to deploy several satellites. It completes 81 orbits of Earth and travels over 2 million miles, surveying vast swaths of space. During the mission, one of its cameras catches an unusual sight.
As the astronauts were filming outside the window, they see multiple objects.
There are bright objects just drifting in straight lines.
Hundreds of objects that are floating all around outside of their spacecraft.
And then, something even more strange occurs.
All of a sudden in the film, you see this bright flash of light that appears to have come from the surface of Earth. And a split second later, you see one of the objects. And then you see that object make a right angle turn. And again, that what may be a weapon of some kind just shoots right by the UFO.
Some experts believe the objects change direction as if under intelligent control.
Not so, point out the skeptics. If one piece of debris hits another, as will happen from time to time just through the laws of chance, then of course there will be this change of direction.
Others are not convinced.
And so NASA tried to say, well, the flash of light you see is the shuttle thruster. And when they file the thruster, that's when you see the object make a move.
But on close inspection, some of the objects in the film are moving in multiple directions.
And so when you would fire a thruster like that, common sense tells you everything will essentially go the same way. And that's not the case with the STS-48 footage. At the end of the day, I think we may have more questions than answers.
The UFO community follows NASA's space shuttle program night and day. And over the course of 135 missions, space shuttle cameras have captured unidentified objects, turning many amateur enthusiasts into investigators.
I don't think they quite expected for amateurs to start tapping into those feeds and literally recording 24 hours a day whatever those shuttle cameras were seeing.
Unsealed case file. The Smoking Gun. November 19th, 1996. Earth's orbit. Space Shuttle Columbia is on what will become the longest shuttle mission in history. 17 days.
The STS-80 mission is something that's also excited a lot of people in the UFO community, and they refer to this sometimes as the smoking gun incident.
190 nautical miles above the Earth, Space Shuttle Columbia's cameras point toward the Earth's upper atmosphere.
During STS-80, the astronauts were filming outside of the window at a massive hurricane that had formed here on Earth. And in the process of filming this hurricane, they saw an unknown object appear seemingly out of the clouds and start moving towards the lightning in this massive storm.
And there are a series of flashes, and then there seem to be these strange objects just drifting across the field of vision.
Surrounded by what some say appears to be a plasma field, the unidentified object decelerates, hovers, and then turns and continues down across the Earth.
Now, the question is, what exactly is this object? Because you can then see what lightning looks like because it's going on at the same time. So you can rule that out.
These points of light, I mean, that some UFO believers seize upon and say are alien spacecraft, I mean, to me, this is just part of the huge amount of dust and debris that's out there.
Whatever this object was circular in nature, and it seems like it was almost attracted to what was going on inside the storm. And it's something that really lacks any explanation whatsoever.
But some experts think they may have the answer.
None of these things seem to really behave in a way that would indicate that they were under intelligent control. I mean, pretty much all these things just drift in a straight line at a constant speed.
NASA experts quickly dismiss any UFO speculation, suggesting that the thrust of Columbia's RCS jets pushed ice crystals into its wake.
NASA, in their typical fashion, wanted to explain away the STS-80 footage as simply being ice crystals.
NASA often says that many of these so-called anomalous images that show up on so many of these films are ice crystals. And this has become almost a standing joke in the UFO community that, oh, well, you know, NASA dismissing these UFOs that we see right in front of us here. Oh, more ice crystals.
But some see much more than ice crystals.
When you look at it, it looks undeniably like some type of craft or something that is much farther in the distance than an ice crystal could ever be seen at. NASA and the government, the military, they come out with these explanations that are so off the wall ridiculous. You can't help but think, why don't they just not address it at all? Because that would be less conspiratorial than them trying to go over the top and say, oh yes, that massive, what seems to be 12-mile in diameter spaceship is simply an ice crystal. Nothing makes sense whatsoever.
On board the Space Shuttle Columbia at the time is payload specialist and veteran astronaut Story Musgrave. Musgrave witnesses the object, stating, quote, "I don't know what it is. It appears to come from nowhere. It's really impressive."
A lot of people in the UFO community have seized on this and said, ah, well, he must know something.
Musgrave has also gone on record as saying that he does not believe that we are alone in the universe.
But I don't think he has any evidence that we're being visited. It would be kind of crazy to assume that we're alone in the universe, and that is just his belief system. If NASA really was the gatekeeper here, the guardian of this great secret about UFOs, there's no way that they'd be putting this footage out for the public to see in the first place.
Many in the UFO community believe that cameras documenting NASA's space missions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week have captured UFO activity.
There have been some cases where NASA's live feed has been cut, and I think believers and conspiracy theorists say, wait a minute, that, you know, something must have happened and NASA didn't want the world to see.
But despite consistent denials, one such incident in January 2015 leaves more questions than answers.
In January of 2015, NASA was streaming their live feed from the International Space Station when a mysterious object appeared in the background of the shot. Now, a split moment later, all of a sudden the feed cuts. Everything goes offline. After about 5 minutes, the feed comes back, and you see in the video that this object, whatever it is now gone.
NASA also employs a standard broadcast delay on its live feed.
If something catastrophic were to happen, arguably if we look back at the space shuttle disasters, the families don't necessarily want to see that live. I think another point is there's no secret in the fact that there are classified military satellites, for example, and maybe again sometimes these broadcast delays are just to ensure that one of these secret projects isn't inadvertently exposed to the world.
But how can NASA publicly appear transparent and still maintain the highest level of secrecy?
It's safe to assume that after all these cases and sightings, all these videos that are being live fed to the world, where anybody can sit and watch them in real time as they occur, is problematic. And so they're probably broadcasting these live feeds, what they claim live feeds, but probably with a massive delay. And then that will kind of bring down the amount of evidence that investigators are collecting. Because, let's face it, the evidence is absolutely mounting up that something is going on.
We all want to know for sure, do aliens exist? And have they visited Earth? Many experts believe that only one type of UFO encounter can promise hard evidence of the existence of aliens: a mass sighting.
A mass UFO sighting is an event that occurs where not one, not two, but multiple eyewitnesses will see the event. This is very important because when you only have one witness that has a story, or maybe even two, they can easily be mistaken. What you want is a mass sighting in a city where they don't have the intent of finding a UFO. And those do occur. They're rare, but they absolutely do occur.
Unsealed case file, the Madagascar incident. August 16th, 1954, Antananarivo, Madagascar. Dozens of Air France personnel have just received a large mail delivery and are quietly chatting near one of the busiest streets in Madagascar's capital. Suddenly, someone points to the sky, and everyone on the street is stunned by what they see.
Thousands of people witnessed a strange object. It appeared at first as a green plasma heading for the ground, and people thought perhaps it was some sort of fireball or meteor. In all, it's almost impossible to assess how many people saw this thing, but it was certainly hundreds, if not thousands, possibly tens of thousands.
They expected after it dipped behind a hill that it was actually going to crash, and they expected a big explosion. But there was no explosion. A few moments later, they saw the craft again, and it seemed like it had increased a bit in size visually from their vantage point. And they see that there is not only that one UFO, but then a second metallic-shaped UFO object that seemed to be trailing it.
Witnesses also describe a flame shooting out from behind the second UFO.
Was it alien? Was it a top-secret program? We simply don't know. But the reality of having well over 1,000 witnesses to this, of highly educated, trained personnel, and when they look at something and they go, this is not like anything we've ever seen before, that's something that they knew was not explainable.
Witnesses included Air France technical personnel, including Monsieur Campagnac, who was a former military officer and one of the key witnesses.
Campagnac describes a lens-shaped, green, plasma-like object, the size of a DC-4 aircraft, and it's being followed by a smaller, silent, metallic UFO.
These two objects passed directly over the town, witnessed by hundreds, maybe thousands of people, and he, as a former military officer and highly competent scientist for Air France, was clearly an extremely reliable witness.
Years later, the French government performs a comprehensive study of UFOs, and the Madagascar incident is seen as a key piece of evidence.
Monsieur Campagnac told his story to Cometa, and it was one of the reasons, perhaps, why sensationally Cometa concluded that some UFOs may well be extraterrestrial in origin.
When you see an unexplained craft in the sky, of course it could potentially be man-made. There's always that possibility. But this was 1954. We are now well into the 21st century. If this was technology that was our own, if this was manufactured by humans here on Earth, my guess is we'd see something like this already.
Technology aside, can mass sightings lead to mass hysteria?
In the 1950s with the Robertson panel, it was concluded that these UFO cases could absolutely be the cause for this mass hysteria. That it wasn't the aliens themselves, if they were here, being that threat. It was the people themselves, the humans here on Earth, that were the threat. Because then all of a sudden you realize you're just simply not in control anymore. Everything that you've been led to believe is gone.
The thinking was that if people were literally panicking in the streets over UFOs, the Soviets might plant false UFO stories as a prelude to attack or invasion. This was one reason why the US government came to think maybe these sightings aren't real.
But local eyewitnesses in Madagascar were not hysterical, because as they claimed, they had seen these UFOs before.
What they saw was very genuine. They saw what they did. They described what they saw. They had no kind of prior exposure to these types of topics before. And that in itself makes that witness testimony much more valuable.
These were uncontaminated witnesses whose testimony is extremely important.
And there's another group of witnesses whose testimony is not affected by traditional media.
Dogs were barking. Barnyard animals were going crazy. Something was clearly upsetting them. And what was particularly intriguing about this was that the sphere that was completely silent seemed to provoke the most reaction. This is something which takes a UFO sighting from the realms of speculation into, well, clearly something happened for all those people to have seen it.
Mass sightings of unidentified flying objects are rare, but when they do happen, investigators are flooded with evidence.
When you have, let's say, 50 witnesses or 100 witnesses, the chances of them all being mistaken on what they saw is pretty nil. And so I think when it comes to evidence, a mass sighting is really what you want to see more than anything else.
But what happens when a mass sighting becomes a matter of national security? Unsealed case file, the Hudson Valley sightings. December 31st, 1981, Hudson Valley, New York.
The Hudson Valley UFO sightings are probably one of the most significant mass UFO events in history. There were, over a series of years, but peaking in 1983, certainly so far as media interest was concerned, a total of around about 5,000 individual sightings. And this was entire communities caught up in this whole affair.
One of the first reports came from a retired policeman.
It all began by a retired police officer going into his backyard, sitting on his porch, and he frequently watches the commercial airliners fly overhead. Now, expecting that's what he would see, he then saw this mysterious triangle-shaped craft with different colored lights on it that he simply could not explain.
Local police are flooded with calls.
Police said that their normal business was impeded. They just couldn't respond to the day-to-day reports of crimes because so many members of the public were calling in saying, we're seeing UFOs.
The Hudson Valley UFOs are estimated to have been seen by over 7,000 people, generating an overwhelming variety of descriptions.
Now, what people were seeing predominantly were individual lights in the sky, but these lights were in formation, and it appeared that they were on the underside of massive V-shaped craft. And some people have described these in terms of, I've heard phrases used like flying Walmart or flying football fields. These things were on an almost unprecedented scale.
Then, on July 24th, 1984, the UFO is witnessed over a highly sensitive power plant.
The most disturbing aspect to the whole Hudson Valley UFO wave was the sighting over the Indian Point nuclear power plant. Now, at one point, a UFO was seen directly over the installation, and really a matter of feet away from the reactor. And at that point, of course, there is, as there always is, a total air exclusion zone around this.
The Indian Point nuclear reactors are operated by the federal government and are rumored to provide power for a number of secret government bases in Connecticut and New York.
When you talk about a sensitive installation like a nuclear reactor, to have an unidentified aircraft above that installation is a big problem. But if this is 1,000 foot long and they have absolutely no idea what it is, that's a really big problem.
If an aircraft, for example, were to crash into this, you could have a nuclear disaster on the scale of Chernobyl. For that reason, the power plant supervisor at one stage contemplated contacting the authorities and ordering an airstrike on this mystery object.
As the tense moments play out, witnesses are worried not just about what is in the sky, but why it is there.
Did the UFO have this nuclear installation under surveillance? Was it some sort of reconnaissance? Or was there hostile intent here? Nobody knew.
It's not surprising that they would want to create some kind of offensive maneuver to get this thing away. Call in an airstrike, scramble in some jets, whatever they have to do, but they needed to get that craft out of there.
After hovering over the reactor for 15 minutes, the UFO suddenly vanishes.
Clearly, this shows that there are huge issues raised by this phenomenon, and it's something which clearly governments can and do take with the utmost severity and importance. Something here is going on, and we need to know what it is.
The Hudson Valley mass sightings catch the attention of Project Blue Book's former chief scientific advisor, Dr. J. Allen Hynek.
Hynek could find no conventional explanation for these Hudson Valley UFO sightings. He could conclude what this wasn't. But I mean, this is the ultimate irony of UFOs. You can say what it isn't, but he wasn't able to say with any degree of confidence what it was.
That we are still lacking that evidence, that smoking gun, to definitively say that there was an alien spacecraft over that nuclear reactor. Was it possible? Absolutely.
To this day, these sightings remain a complete mystery, and if someone like Hynek, who investigated UFOs for the government, can't come up with an explanation, who can?
Aviation experts and UFO investigators are often stumped by mass sightings, leading many mass incidents to be judged inconclusive. Some say incomplete data is to blame, while others think something else is at play.
When you talk about a society who sees a certain type of alien or gets described an alien encounter over and over, you're kind of bred to believe certain things about alien encounters. And if that one person believes that's what they see, then the next person will back that up, and the next person will back that up.
Unsealed case file, The French Wave. November 5th, 1990, France. In one of the world's largest mass sightings ever, over 1,000 people in one night report a series of UFO sightings. The reports are tracked from the southwest of France, traveling diagonally to the northeast.
On November 5th, 1990, about 1,000 witnesses in France witnessed multiple flashing objects in the sky. They were not commercial aircraft. They could easily dismiss all of that. So whatever these UFOs were, they believed that they were from another world.
Some people described fast-moving lights, but others described a more structured craft. I mean, again, one sees with this case the idea that there are perhaps larger structures, motherships, out of which come smaller scout craft.
Some witnesses even described that they were making maneuvers, like making turns or actually increasing elevation.
But the most credible accounts of the mass sighting come from pilots.
A particularly significant aspect of these French sightings were the fact that some of the witnesses were pilots. These UFOs were seen and reported by a number of commercial airline pilots.
British Airways pilot Captain Mike Dalton and his crew are flying near France, above Genoa, Italy, when they witness a triangular formation of lights maneuvering at speeds that defy known laws of physics. Dalton later states, quote, "It had to be something from another planet, because it was definitely not man-made."
These people are excellent witnesses and the least likely of anyone to misidentify all the sorts of usual things that perhaps people mistakenly report as UFOs.
European ground radar is unable to confirm Dalton's sighting, but the following night, NASA gives an explanation. Debris from a Russian Proton rocket had burned up upon re-entering the Earth's atmosphere.
Now, they could be very plausible, but rocket fragments don't increase elevation, they decrease elevation.
I've spoken to astronomers about this sort of thing, and they tell me that this would be a high-altitude firework display, visible for no more than a few seconds.
But experienced pilot Captain Mike Dalton remains convinced, telling the media, quote, "In all my 23 years of flying, I've never seen a craft, anything like this."
That's potentially an aircraft of some kind, a spacecraft of some kind. So over 1,000 people witnessed. Could they all be wrong? Probably not.
A large group of people witnessing the same UFO is rare. But many in the UFO community believe mass sightings are on the rise.
The frequency of UFO sightings themselves are definitely increasing. If you look at the last 10, 15, and 20 years, you do see a very big increase in the rash of sightings around the world.
Are we building up to something? I don't know, but every time there's an acceleration of pace in this phenomenon, that's certainly one possible conclusion.
But for some experts, a mass sighting alone is not enough to provide the world with sufficient proof of an alien existence.
I think that history shows us that a mass sighting in itself, over 1,000 witnesses, videos from multiple angles, photographs, and so on, will not convince the masses.
One scenario that I suppose would certainly resolve this for once and for all is a mass sighting, for example, over the Super Bowl or over the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games. Now, something like that would take the whole UFO phenomenon from the realms of speculation across the line into absolute hard fact.
I think really to make that final determination for society, as the human race, a world society, to say that aliens are real, you do need contact of some kind. When it comes down to it, they're going to need that alien to land on the White House lawn, come out and slap the president across the face and say, tell your people we're here. And I think that that's ultimately is what's going to happen.
We are close to proving that life once existed on Mars, but it hasn't always been this way.
Mars has been the subject of human fascination for thousands of years. Our distant ancestors looked up into the skies, and it was one of the most noticeable objects. And of course, one of the things that made it so interesting was the blood red color. I mean, this association with blood, of course, led to Mars, the god of war.
After landing on the moon in 1969, many in the space community saw Mars as the next logical step in exploring our solar system.
If humankind is ever to go to the stars, we must take that first step to another planet. And that planet is going to be Mars.
But how did an entire planet that may have once been covered with water become a dead, lifeless desert? Scientists look to the Martian moons Phobos and Deimos to answer this complex question.
When scientists began analyzing the data of Phobos, they realized that it was not acting like many moons do. It was not exhibiting the same qualities, not the same orbit, the same speed. And after analyzing the data, they felt that it was possible that Phobos just simply was an outer shell with a hollow middle.
The Phobos anomaly even caught the attention of one of the world's most well-known extraterrestrial scientists at the time, Carl Sagan.
Many scientists, including the great Carl Sagan, came to the conclusion that Phobos was either hollow or extremely porous.
But researchers in the UFO community go much further.
They say that Phobos and Deimos are artificial, that these are extraterrestrial space stations disguised as moons, or perhaps abandoned so long ago that they now have the appearance of something more natural. But some people say that if there's alien life to be found in the solar system, Mars, and particularly Phobos and Deimos, is the place. And indeed, if they are there, what better place? In a sense, it's hiding in plain sight, right on our doorstep.
But is Phobos natural or artificial?
Was this created by nature if it's truly hollow and just simply a shell? Or was this something created by someone else entirely? Now, we know the human race didn't do it. We know the people of Earth didn't do it. So the big question is, if it is artificial, who made it?
To answer this and many other perplexing questions about Mars, we turn to the former Soviet Union. In 1988, with the help of the international space community, the Soviets launched 2 unmanned probes to Mars. Unsealed case file, the Phobos program. July 7th and July 12th, 1988, the Soviet Union. Russia launches probes Phobos 1 and Phobos 2 to Mars. While Phobos 1 suffers a catastrophic failure en route, Phobos 2 reaches Mars orbit, and on March 25th, 1989, swings over to photograph the Martian moon, Phobos.
Now, Phobos is a very strange object, very unlike our own moon, but they know it's a celestial object that has an orbit around Mars. They consider it its moon. And the Soviet Union launched this probe to take pictures of it and learn a little bit more about it.
But when the probe enters the orbit of Phobos, it suddenly ceases to function.
It's about 40 meters away from the moon when a mysterious object appeared in one of the photographs.
TASS, the official Soviet news agency, reports Phobos 2 failed to communicate with Earth as scheduled after completing an operation yesterday around the Martian moon Phobos. Scientists at Mission Control have been unable to establish stable radio contact. What happened to the Russian probe? Just before it's about to release a lander on the moon's surface, an immense shadow of what many consider to be a UFO appears. During a conference several years later, famous Russian Air Force pilot Marina Popovich stuns the crowd when she shows the last photo taken by Phobos 2, claiming that it's the first ever photo of a UFO mothership.
This would be described as some type of cylinder or cigar-shaped UFO.
This actual photo shows what many believe to be a 12-mile-long UFO captured by Phobos 2 just before it died.
Now, when you look at this, whether it's a UFO or whether it's a glitch on the camera, no one really knows. But oddly, the probe ended up dying shortly thereafter. It mysteriously shut down and was lost.
Did something get fired at this spacecraft? Many people in the UFO and conspiracy theory community believe that Mars is inhabited and that the moons of Mars, Phobos and Deimos, are perhaps inhabited as well, or maybe are artificial satellites, alien in construction. They don't want humans getting too close. Certainly, whatever the truth, there is an extraordinary failure rate of missions to Mars and indeed to Phobos and Deimos.
Mars has remained for many years a scientific conundrum. But its hostile surface, the reason for its demise, and its similarities to Earth make it an important planet to understand. It's the closest planet in our solar system that may have at one time harbored life.
Mars is our closest neighbor, so naturally we want to think that our neighbors, if they exist, will be where we can touch them. And so Mars has lived in our pop culture as being that one place where alien life could be coming from.
Unsealed case file. The face on Mars. July 25th, 1976. Cydonia, Mars. NASA's Viking 1 and Viking 2 orbiters take 18 images of the Cydonia region of the Martian surface. Viking 1 takes this enigmatic image of a 1.2-mile-long mesa that looks unmistakably to be a humanoid face.
Some believe that there was an ancient civilization on Mars, and indeed some features on the Martian surface are regarded by many as proof of this. The so-called face on Mars is the best known one.
35 orbits later, Viking 1 takes another photo with a different sun angle, and the same face is clearly visible. When the photos are released to the public, they spark a firestorm of speculation.
There's a debate to be had here, and many believe that there are fingerprints of some ancient extraterrestrial society on the Martian surface.
Is this an ancient artifact from a long-extinct alien society? NASA has always denied the face on Mars is a monument built by a lost Martian civilization. But 20 years after the Viking 1 pictures stunned the world, NASA sent a series of orbiters to rephotograph Cydonia at a much higher resolution. Scientists claim the higher resolution photos of the Cydonia Mesa prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that it is a natural geological feature and not an artificial structure.
There are also structures said to resemble pyramids, and every now and then from the various Mars rovers there have been what to some look like artifacts.
Researchers and investigators, they spend hours among hours going through every pixel of every photograph taken from the surface of Mars. And in that process, there have been pyramids discovered, faces discovered, squirrels, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, running lizards, turtles, Nazi memorabilia. I mean, you name it, somebody has found it on the surface of Mars in one of these photographs.
But experts consider an optical illusion is causing many to see things where there may be nothing.
The likely explanation for all of this is if you look hard enough for something, you will find it.
Skeptics say this is just pareidolia, the desire, the tendency of the human mind to see patterns and artificiality where there isn't.
Pareidolia can happen from visual or auditory stimuli.
When you look outside at a wisp of clouds, you might see a unicorn or an elephant or a mountain range. That doesn't mean that it's an elephant or a mountain range. It just means that's what it looks like.
One of the more elusive phenomena found during the scientific study of Mars is a series of mysterious lights.
One of the images from the Mars Curiosity rover that led to huge interest from the public was what looked like a light shining on the Martian surface.
It looks like a light plume that is coming out of the ground, shining up into the air. Now, where is that light coming from? What is the source of it, and why is it there?
Now, some people in the UFO community said this is evidence of intelligent life. Maybe somebody is watching Curiosity. We're on Mars, and somebody's watching us.
NASA has tried to explain the mysterious lights.
They've said anything from the sun glistening off the surface of a rock in the distance. They've talked about solar radiation or a type of flare of some kind hitting the camera and reflecting in some way.
But believers, of course, are not swayed by that sort of talk and say, no, this is proof positive that there's something still on Mars. You know, maybe there was a civilization there once. Maybe it was destroyed, but perhaps it just went underground.
They've always tried to kind of label it as something very easily explainable. And yet, at the end of the day, we don't have that explanation yet. We just simply have a picture that is unidentified and unexplained.
In recent years, scientific analysis of Mars has caused many in the UFO community to question whether life could, or perhaps already does, exist on the red planet.
As we explore more of Mars, we realize just how much we don't know about the red planet. When we look, of course, we don't think that there was water of any kind, and as we explore more, we realize we were wrong pretty much on everything that we thought about that planet. We can now almost conclusively say that it probably did have water at one time, that it may have even spawned life of some kind, but we just don't know. We haven't found it yet, but we are seeing that possibility grow and grow with each discovery that we make.
Unsealed case file, The Martian Plume. December 16, 2014, Mars. Data gathered by the Martian rover Curiosity detects methane readings that are 10 times that of the natural background of methane on Mars.
One of the great recent mysteries about Mars revolves around plumes of methane gas shooting up from the surface hundreds of miles.
Stretching nearly 150 miles into the Martian atmosphere, the plumes are immediately a source of controversy.
Now, as always with this sort of thing, there's a debate going on in the scientific community. Is this geological or is it biological? Some believe that there are prosaic geological processes that might give rise to this phenomenon, but others say no. It's the chemical signature of life.
On Earth, biological processes create methane gas, which has led many to draw the conclusion that methane is being produced by alien life on Mars.
When you talk about alien life, it's just that, it's alien. We want to find something that would be absolutely similar to carbon-based life forms here on the planet Earth. But chances are you probably won't find that. They may be based on another element entirely.
But others in the UFO community take it even further.
If there is the remnants, perhaps, of some Martian civilization, if they were driven underground by some great cataclysm, might they still be down there? And might something like this be the periodic and deliberate venting of methane gas?
Recently, another geological feature, a massive hole measuring close to 350 feet across, was captured on film by the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter.
Now, it could be an illusion. It could be either a very big hill with a hole in the center or a very big hole with an even deeper hole in the center. And when you look at this, you realize, well, this is definitely a hole of some kind.
Now, the clarity of this image is extraordinary, and the preciseness of the edges is really breathtaking.
Some scientists, and many in the UFO community, believe that this giant hole is a prime place to look for microbial life.
The protection down there from the harshness of the surface would make this perhaps an ideal place for life to either develop, or if it arose billions of years ago, to have survived. But to believers, of course, this sort of thing looks like evidence of a civilization. Well, maybe this is something that's been constructed.
This one photograph, openly released by NASA, sparked an internet controversy worldwide, saying that this was proof to underground structures and chambers and roadways and so on of some underground civilization on Mars.
NASA provides no official explanation for the image, but it leads many experts to consider a startling conclusion.
I think what we're learning on Mars is that there's absolutely a possibility that life began. Now, how far did it go is the question.
Many believe that Mars is the best chance we have to find extraterrestrial life. But some experts believe that proof may be hard to come by.
One of the main things that may have stopped in its tracks any Martian civilization is simply the fact that Mars does not have the mass to hold on to its atmosphere.
If Mars did have an atmosphere thousands of years ago, what could have happened that destroyed its protective layer?
Physicist John Brandenburg has suggested that at some stage in the past, there was at least one, maybe more, nuclear explosions on Mars.
If this is true, the explosions may have naturally occurred from a combination of geologic radioactivity combined with a meteor impact. But others take it a step further.
I suppose buying into the idea of war in heaven suggests that these nuclear explosions were not natural, but were really evidence of a nuclear war involving an extraterrestrial race.
When you think about life on Mars and potentially an intelligent civilization that may have budded millions of years ago, well before humans started here on Earth, the question is, why aren't they there now?
Civilization there was brought to an end. One possibility is that parts of that civilization might have fled somewhere. Where's the logical place for them to go? Earth.
For thousands of years, we have wondered if we are alone in the universe. Today, we may have the technology to answer the question. But the scientific search for extraterrestrial intelligence began in the late 1950s with the birth of SETI.
SETI stands for Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. And these are radio astronomers who believe that if there are civilizations out there, the best way to detect them will be listening for radio signals that they've either sent inadvertently just through things like television and radio, like we have, or as a deliberate attempt to try to make contact.
Communicating with aliens is their prime goal, and they regularly listen for and send messages in the hopes of making contact.
Their effort to try and detect radio waves is done through radio astronomy. There are very powerful radio telescopes here on Earth that essentially are tasked to scan the skies, look for some type of signal of some kind that differs from what you naturally see in the universe.
But what is a radio wave? Why are they important? And where are they coming from?
Everything that you see by looking up gives some type of radio wave or radio signature to it, and it's different across the board. a planet or an exoplanet is going to give off a different radio wave and radio signature than a quasar or a nebula or a galaxy.
We are spinning through an infinite universe, so capturing the radio waves of an alien species is not as easy as it sounds.
Unfortunately, it's like looking for a needle in a stack of needles. You have so many radio waves out there that are naturally occurring. You have to figure out which one sticks out that shows that it's intelligent.
Celestial bodies with magnetic fields produce radio waves, and this electromagnetic radiation has different frequencies. Scientists can tell by looking at these different frequencies what these different objects are.
Unsealed case file. The Arecibo message. November 16th, 1974. Puerto Rico.
In 1974, scientists developed a message, or a radio signal, that we were going to broadcast from the Arecibo radio telescope out into the cosmos in hopes that somebody was listening.
This was the idea of the astronomer Frank Drake, and what he did is he used prime numbers to send a binary message. So you could actually, if you ever picked up this signal, you could decide to decode it one of two ways, white-black or black-white.
The message depicts vital information about Earth.
This was a diagrammatical representation of the Arecibo telescope itself, human beings, and again some basic information about planet Earth and life on Earth.
The message is sent to a distant star cluster known as M13. But critics claim there is a problem with this methodology.
We were going to beam this message to a star system that was 21,000 light years away. Just assume for a moment that somebody was listening. But we weren't going to know until 21,000 years later. Now that is a pretty long time to wait, but now add in the fact that they want to respond. It would take them 21,000 years to then beam that message, assuming that that will travel at the speed of light, back to us. It will take a full 42,000 years to then just say hello.
But there is another more disturbing reason that has some experts concerned.
Many people at the time said that the Arecibo message was highly irresponsible. Indeed, the Astronomer Royal in the UK described it as a scientific suicide note. And he said that we ought not to be drawing attention to ourselves in this way and making ourselves known to civilizations that might be orders of magnitude more powerful than us and perhaps hostile.
Scientists searching for extraterrestrial intelligence in the universe are sending and listening to radio messages from deep space. But in the 1970s, leading astrobiologists of the day decide to try a different approach. Unsealed case file. Pioneer 10. March 2nd, 1972. Cape Kennedy, Florida. NASA launches the Pioneer 10 space probe. It's an historic event. Pioneer will become the first probe to travel the outer planets. The first to travel through the asteroid belt. And the first man-made object to enter interstellar space. But there is something else on board that is also a first.
Scientists thought that it would be an interesting idea to place messages to civilizations that might one day encounter these spacecraft.
Leading extraterrestrial scientists Frank Drake and Carl Sagan are given 3 weeks to come up with a plaque that is eventually attached to Pioneer 10.
And so they created a plaque that was visual in nature, where it showed a human male and a human female.
But also images that would say something about our civilization, technical information that would illustrate the position of our sun in the galaxy, and additionally information about DNA and indeed early human development. So this was to all intents and purposes, a message from humanity to the stars.
Just 5 years later, NASA sends another probe, but this time with a recorded message. Unsealed case file, Voyager 1, September 5th, 1977, Cape Canaveral, Florida.
The Voyager program kind of took the next step in trying to communicate with aliens. Instead of a visual plaque like on the side of Pioneer, the Voyager had a golden record.
These were in the form of records that one day perhaps alien civilizations might find and be able to play. And there were a series of images and sounds that really tried to summarize life on Earth.
Voyager's golden record tries to encapsulate life on Earth and all of its biodiversity.
And the intent with the Voyager record was essentially to give them a piece of us, that they could hear who and what we were. They could essentially see who and what we were. They could understand the life that could be found here on planet Earth. They could find planet Earth.
These were scenes from everyday life, music, but also just really, I suppose, a testament to planet Earth and the human race, who we are.
But many in the space industry are uneasy that NASA is speaking for all of humanity.
Some people say we shouldn't do it at all, that the universe might be a dangerous place and we ought not to advertise our presence to more advanced civilizations.
Others consider arguments against broadcasting a message to be pointless, because planet Earth is an already easily detectable civilization.
If we send a message, what do we say? And indeed, who should say it? Who truly speaks for planet Earth? Should we send a simple greeting? Should we send an invitation to make contact?
We're giving them a map to exactly where we are, when essentially they could be malicious. They could be our enemy. And do we want to give a blueprint to our inner workings to our enemies here on Earth? Absolutely not. Well, with the plaque, with the Voyager record, with the messages beamed into space, that's essentially what we are doing.
NASA is not the only organization attempting to communicate with extraterrestrial civilizations. Other scientists have been sending physical and radio wave messages toward distant stars for decades.
Scientists believe that radio waves are the best way to receive and perhaps even send messages between civilizations. Firstly, because they occur naturally. So it's a kind of logical thing to observe in the universe and then think, hey, we could use this. The critical point is that you can encode information in that way.
But as scientists send messages to space, they also look for a response. Unsealed case file, the WOW signal. August 15th, 1977, Ohio State University, Big Ear Telescope.
Possibly the best evidence ever of an alien civilization came in 1977 when radio astronomers at the Big Ear Telescope detected a signal which seemed to have all the characteristics that scientists said an artificial signal should have.
It wasn't during the time that scientists were actually looking at the screens. This was at a time that was considered downtime. It was in the middle of the night, and scientists noticed it the next morning.
At 11:16 p.m., Big Ear records a signal 30 times louder than naturally occurring signals. After 72 seconds, it abruptly stops.
The astronomer who was on duty when this was first detected was so stunned by this that he wrote in pen on the computer printout, "Wow!" exclamation mark in the margin, because to him this was exactly what SETI had been looking for.
Now they tried to find it again. It did not repeat, which is what you want to see on an intelligent message. Now essentially they could have just beamed that message once and that was it, and didn't repeat it. We don't know for sure, but this was something that piqued that scientist's interest, and it's kind of lived in SETI legend ever since.
Does that mean that this was a signal not from an alien planet, but from an alien spacecraft? And might that explain why it didn't repeat?
Over the years, SETI has detected other promising signals. But so far, all attempts at decoding the alleged messages have turned up nothing.
There was a similar incident in 2010, and this was dubbed the new WOW signal.
Now, this signal looked like nothing that they had detected before. It was not easily discernible as a galaxy or nebula or pulsar or something that they could discount it as. So they tried to find it again. They searched the same area of sky in hopes that that signal was repeating. Unfortunately, it was not.
The new WOW signal is unique because it was discovered in a frequency range known for being quiet.
There is a very quiet part of the spectrum, generally known as the water hole, and natural objects don't tend to radiate in those frequencies. So SETI scientists have said that if you wanted to listen out for a message, this would be a very obvious part of the spectrum to study. Finally, it appeared to emanate from very close to a nearby star, which some people say is perhaps home to a planet where there might be something in the so-called habitable zone.
But critics say the new WOW signal could have been emitted from one of our own satellites.
We don't know if this was something that was detected on accident, that it may have been one of our signals that maybe had hit a satellite or bounced back to us.
It's one thing to detect a signal, and quite another to decipher it.
To really figure out how we're going to talk to an extraterrestrial civilization, scientists are looking here on Earth and how life communicates.
Some scientists are looking at the possibility of understanding language, if you can call it that, from whales and dolphins as a first step on the road to maybe deciphering an extraterrestrial language.
But many experts believe that if we are going to understand an alien message, we will ultimately need some extraterrestrial help.
If they wanted us to detect their signal and decode it, which surely they would, an alien civilization would, I think, want to make it easy for us. This isn't going to be a puzzle, so they're going to want to send us that Rosetta Stone. They're going to want to send us that primer.
In 2003, the Hubble Space Telescope performed an astounding study.
The Hubble trained its camera on a small pinpoint-sized spot in the sky that was essentially dark. Scientists believe that there was possibly nothing there.
The Hubble Space Telescope's ultra-deep field study found an estimated 10,000 galaxies.
When you look at the photographs and you understand just what you are looking at and how massive just that pinpoint is, you realize how astronomical, pardon the pun, our universe truly is. That proves beyond any shadow of a doubt, finding intelligent life in this universe is going to be nothing but luck.
SETI scientists consider the apparent silence from the cosmos not a sign of failure.
It's exactly what they would expect, but the technology, they say, is now approaching the point where if there are civilizations out there, they would expect to pick them up within the next few years.
But many scientists also contend that finding intelligent life in the universe probably means they will be more advanced than us. And that may be one of our biggest problems.
There's an irony about a civilization that as it progresses, it might become not louder, but more quiet. We see this with the transition from analog to digital technology. Actually, digital produces far less of a radio signature that would be detectable across interstellar distances.
Advanced alien civilizations may be hard to detect with conventional radio waves, unless, like us, they are trying to communicate on purpose.
The logical beacon is a sequence of prime numbers. The chances of this occurring naturally are, of course, infinitesimally small. So if you pick up a radio signal that's a sequence of prime numbers, that screams to you there's a civilization out there, and they're trying to get our attention.
Maybe one day, in the not-too-distant future, one of our signals will be heard by an alien civilization.
Critics of SETI say, come on, this is an organization packed with really super intelligent scientists. They've been looking for decades and they've found nothing. The search really has only just begun.
Evidence suggests that if aliens exist, they are more technologically advanced than humans. But is technology an evolutionary trait? Many scientists believe the survival of our species depends on our ability to innovate. And there is one technological advance that promises to change our place in the universe forever.
Artificial intelligence is a technology that allows a computer to think. We know that machines are programmed. They can do programmed to do whatever task we want them to do, but that's all they know. In the field of AI, now you're teaching them how to think for themselves, how to make decisions, how to understand what they're doing, and then learn from it.
It's the great science fiction dream, or perhaps nightmare. Could a machine one day become self-aware? What would machine intelligence be like?
Unsealed case file. The Voronezh incident. September 23rd, 1989. Voronezh, Soviet Union.
The story of the Voronezh encounter was a few children were out playing and saw a spaceship-type craft out in the distance.
300 miles southeast of Moscow, a group of children playing in a park witness a boomerang-shaped UFO in the sky.
As these children then began to watch and see what was going to happen, a 9-foot-tall, what they described as an alien, exited the craft.
Gripped with fear, one of the boys starts screaming.
In the Voronezh incident, the robot that was seen might have come straight out of the pages of a sci-fi novel. It is almost the archetypal robot. This is exactly how science fiction writers envisaged a robot, and perhaps indeed how scientists might design one.
To silence the boy, the alien fires a laser-like weapon.
This weapon was used against the children, where it actually fired on one of them, and the child disappeared for a couple of minutes.
It's a tense moment for all involved. The machine seems to show no emotion.
One reason why AI might be such a threat is that machine intelligence would be unclouded by love and compassion. This would simply be cold logic. And if human beings were assessed as inferior, emotion would play no part. We might be deemed a threat and deemed something to be wiped out.
The missing child reappears apparently unharmed. Then, the UFO and its occupants quickly fly into the sky.
Robots are often reported during UFO encounters involving entities, and there is certainly great logic in the idea that extraterrestrial explorers would have robot helpers. If you can do interstellar travel, you can probably design robots, and that will enable you to do a lot of the difficult and dangerous tasks.
But if any or all of the Voronezh aliens were some form of robot, what were they sent to do?
Now, is that robot helper a guardian designed to protect the biological life form? Is it simply a tool to recover samples? We don't know. But certainly, if humans go into space, they will doubtless, if the technology is there, take robots with them to do the legwork and to do the dangerous and difficult tasks that we can't do.
When you look at what the human race is doing with its technology, it really isn't that far-fetched that an extraterrestrial civilization, given the fact that their intelligence grows to create AI and beyond, that they are essentially going to merge with machines as well.
But the promise of artificial intelligence has many scientists concerned.
Artificial intelligence harnessing that computational power is going to be a very lethal combination, so it has to be controlled in some way. So I think that that fact, coupled with aliens are out there and they're intelligent, they're probably going to go down the same path. I think artificial intelligence is absolutely going to collide in the future.
Witnesses of some close encounters have reported seeing robots alongside UFOs. But if aliens are doing reconnaissance of Earth, it makes sense that robots could accomplish the first wave of research and more.
When you look at human space exploration, we are sending probes everywhere. They're unmanned, they're small, and they essentially just watch. Now, the theory of an alien civilization exploring the cosmos, my guess is they're going to do the same thing.
Unsealed case file, the Kara UFO. August 25th, 1972, Kochi Prefecture, Japan.
The Kara incident from 1972 in Japan ranks, I think, as one of the most truly extraordinary UFO encounters of all time. It involved what really looks like some sort of mini probe device, a small, apparently metallic craft that was seen by a boy hovering over a rice paddy.
A witness saw a UFO out in the rice fields, and he described it as more of a mini ship, that this was something that literally you can essentially hold on your lap.
The boy watches the mini UFO flying in and out of the rice fields.
And he thought, okay, this is something very strange. And so he goes and he gets a friend of his to come back to the field, and sure enough, they both saw this mysterious craft. Eventually, it had left the area. They had no pictures, no nothing to take back with them. So they thought, well, let's take a camera out, and if this thing shows back up, then we can essentially capture a photo of it.
They try again the next day, and to their amazement, it shows up.
They snapped a very fuzzy and grainy photograph of whatever this object was. But where this story takes a very weird turn, after the flash went off from the camera, it was like something happened to the UFO.
The UFO is disabled long enough for the boys to approach the craft.
The boys recovered this small object and took it home. I mean, this was truly extraordinary. This small device, whatever it was small enough for them to pick it up and carry it.
He then wraps it up and puts it in a satchel and takes it home.
Intrigued by the device, the boys try to understand how it works.
They tried to get a closer look at the insides of this thing, and there seemed to be electronics in there.
They gave some description of it to the media thereafter, but of course the object mysteriously disappeared in the next couple of days.
But what could the Kara UFO be?
If this story is taken at face value, this thing may well have been some sort of alien probe sent to explore planet Earth, and perhaps sent to take and recover samples from the surface of our planet.
Experts suggest one way to explore the galaxy would be to employ a self-replicating probe. If the Kara UFO was extraterrestrial, one theory is that it may have built itself.
The idea of a self-replicating machine is that a single probe, probably an AI probe, makes a copy of itself, an exact copy from resources that it finds as it travels around in the cosmos.
Because that one machine can only cover so much ground. It's a physical object, it can only travel so fast, and the universe is pretty vast.
Could some UFO sightings actually be AI probes scouring the planet for information?
One of the most common types of UFOs seen for decades has been the small spherical point of light. Are we dealing here with AI probes? Are we dealing with the idea of self-replicating machines designed by an extraterrestrial civilization, and something which have spread out throughout the entire galaxy?
Ufologists believe some unidentified flying objects could be unmanned probes sent from another world. But with so many astronomical objects entering and leaving our solar system all the time, how can we recognize one that might be a UFO? Unsealed case file, Asteroid 1991 VG. November 6, 1991. The Sun. An American astronomer discovers a unique object orbiting the Sun, following a similar path as the Earth.
Now, the characteristics of this were bizarre. It seemed to be highly reflective, and at first he thought this was perhaps a discarded space rocket. Certainly it seemed to be artificial, but no space rocket or satellite fit the bill here. So again, if this thing wasn't an asteroid and it wasn't a space rocket constructed by humans, what was it?
Its extremely shiny surface exhibits a rapid variation in brightness, and its orbital path does not match any known man-made object, leading many experts to consider it of unknown origin. But one astronomer thinks he has the answer.
Duncan Steele claims that this is possibly some type of alien probe that exhibits qualities of being artificial rather than natural.
Duncan Steele is a research astronomer who has taken the more conventional search for extrasolar planets to a rather logical and interesting extreme.
Just as astronomers look for a drop in luminosity when new planets cross in front of a star, rogue asteroids and probes could also be detected using the same technique.
Well, would the same thing not happen if a spaceship or a space station or a space probe did the same thing? So his theory is that we can hunt not just for extrasolar planets, but for AI space probes and space stations.
With over 1 million objects orbiting the Earth, scientists are on a 24-hour watch.
1991 VG is an object that really sticks out as not being an asteroid-like object or a rock, essentially in orbit around Earth.
Could it be an alien space probe of some sort? One of the most extraordinary things about this object was its strange, irregular orbit. And indeed, it's an orbit that's going to take it tantalizingly close to planet Earth in 2017.
What will scientists discover when 1991 VG passes close to Earth again in 2017?
This is something that actually exhibits qualities of possibly something else.
Some experts theorize it's a Bracewell probe, a type of probe that theoretically could be sent by an extraterrestrial civilization to monitor and communicate information about Earth.
If there are alien probes in vicinity of planet Earth, the implications are huge. We know that NASA and ESA are capable of designing space probes that are now capable of going to comets on close approach, and indeed bringing back samples.
If there are alien probes out there, our technology is becoming good enough to go out and bring the entire probe back.
And this would answer, for once and for all, the question of whether or not we're alone. Because if we're being visited by probes, they are reachable now.
So I think artificial intelligence is going to be key to understanding these advanced life forms.
Most scientists believe that alien life will be more mechanical than biological in nature.
We're not going to essentially find them living in big cities on an Earth-like planet light years away. That we'll probably find alien life much closer to the resources of our universe. That essentially these artificial intelligence machines are going to be going out and mining the universe for the resources.
Advanced machines can be designed to have a much longer life than an astronaut.
When you send that out into the stars, well, who cares if it has to wait 5,000 years to get to its nearest neighbor? It doesn't age. It doesn't die. It doesn't decay. So that mechanical being that we are in the process of creating is probably going to be our first astronaut into deep space. The concept of us finding an alien probe out there isn't too far-fetched, because that's exactly what the human race is doing. So it would be not unlikely for the aliens to be doing the same exact thing.
Scientists believe a widespread integration of artificial intelligence is the only way mankind will navigate the future.
It's believed that when we do make contact with an alien civilization, it will be with a mechanical machine or an artificial intelligence.
The universe might be more full of AI than biological life. And the reasons for this are really evolutionary.
Life is much too fragile to sustain long periods of independent existence.
The thinking is that any biological civilization might want to address those issues and improve themselves and modify themselves.
We have to merge with our digital selves. We have to create digital offspring, if you were, artificial intelligence that essentially is us, but is also essentially immortal. That it will not age or decay or die on a space trip that lasts thousands of years. That essentially that digital footprint of us, that digital copy of who we are, could be sent out into the cosmos, and it really makes no difference how far they travel, because once they get there, they'll be alive to say hello.
Experts believe artificial intelligence is now inevitable.
When you look at the human race, we are merging with our machines. We're merging with our technology. Yes, it's starting with mechanical extensions like arms or legs, just limbs to our human bodies. That makes more sense to live forever than it does for, let's say, 75 or 85 years.
But there is another, more disturbing reason.
If machine intelligence is more evolved, then we may be shifting increasingly to a post-biological universe.
You are going to have some very intelligent brains out there that are going to create this artificial intelligence that's just going to go off the maps in regards to their own way of thinking and that digital intelligence.
AI might itself then design better and better versions of itself, more powerful, immortal, and we may therefore be in a situation where the universe is ruled by a single, almost omnipotent machine.
The impact of finding advanced extraterrestrial life in the universe would be earth-shattering.
Incontrovertible proof that alien life exists would be the greatest scientific discovery of all time. Implications would be profound and would straddle so many different parts of human culture.
Scientists have only recently found clues to the existence of microbial life in our solar system. But many believe where there are microbes, there could be higher evolved life forms.
Within our own solar system, there are a number of other planets and mainly moons that are thought of as likely places to look for life, at least very basic microbial life.
One possible location that scientists are now honing in on is Jupiter's moon Europa. Europa is thought to be an ice world, but it's also believed that beneath that ice, you could actually have a heated core.
Jupiter's gravitational pull is so strong that some believe it may be heating the center of Europa.
Some scientists speculate that if we could ever send a probe there, drill down through the ice, if we do find an ocean, it's possible we can find life forms like dolphins and fish that have been surviving and thriving there for possibly thousands of years. And we had no idea that it was there. So we're making these discoveries in our own backyard. And on a cosmic scale, that's absolutely nothing. We've pretty much just went to our front porch and looked. We haven't really gone off the steps yet.
But scientists are also looking for life on distant planets similar to Earth. Unsealed case file, Upsilon, Andromeda. 1996, San Francisco State University. A team of astronomers, including renowned astrobiologist Jeff Marcy, detect an exoplanet the size of Jupiter, orbiting Upsilon Andromeda, a star system 44 light-years away. By 2010, they find 2 more exoplanets, and the Upsilon Andromeda star system becomes the first ever multiple planetary system discovered beyond our own.
Dr. Jeffrey Marcy, a professor at Berkeley, is the scientist that really has been labeled as the scientist that has discovered more exoplanets than anyone else. That he started searching for these Earth-like planets or exoplanets many years ago and actually discovered 70% of the first exoplanets that have ever been found.
Marcy is credited with finding the first multiple planet system. the first Saturn-mass planet and Neptune-mass planet, and is now on the hunt for Earth-like planets.
He has studied thousands of stars using missions such as Kepler and the data that's come in from there, and he's looked for evidence of stellar dimming.
And as we discover more about these stars, we uncover that most of them that we've looked at, that we've been lucky enough to zero in on and see, most of them have these exoplanets. A lot of them even have Earth-like planets.
Scientists have come to the conclusion that nearly every star has exoplanets.
And when you look at that math, and you look at the realization that those planets are out there to look at, I think the likelihood of alien life and intelligent life just went up by an exponential number. So the possibility for life forms are never ending when dealing with space. And the reason is because the environments that are out there, the environments that life can flourish in, is never ending.
Before we can go beyond our solar system to find life, we must first look to our closest neighbor, Mars, and some question what we should do if and when we arrive on the red planet.
If we terraform the planet, we destroy an entire ecosystem. Do we not perhaps have a responsibility to preserve that life, to nurture it, and maybe one day that life will evolve into something intelligent?
It doesn't matter if they're intelligent or not. They could become intelligent one day, even though they're single-celled now.
And many experts believe that if we do contact intelligent life, we must proceed with restraint.
We should behave not as conquerors and exploiters, but as scientists and explorers. We should behave morally and ethically.
That's one of the biggest things that we should do in our responsibility factor, is going out there and being more observational versus interacting with any life forms that we discover.
We can't just necessarily go out into space and assume that everything belongs to us.
Evidence suggests that scientists are on the verge of finding alien microbial life. And many in the UFO community believe that contact with advanced alien civilizations may not be far behind.
An interstellar archaeologist is looking for signs of intelligent civilizations, but not in the respect that it's looking for a signal or a radio wave. They're looking for actual artifacts that could be out there, signs that a civilization started on a planet, may or may not be there now, but started on a planet and left behind either structures or artifacts that we can discover, and then finally answer the question, are we alone in the universe?
Interstellar archaeology operates on the premise that advanced extraterrestrial civilizations are detectable.
They might, for example, mine asteroids and planets. They might construct vast space stations. And it might be that with the right tools, with sufficiently powerful telescopes, we could find evidence of their activity.
In 1964, Russian astronomer Nikolai Kardashev proposed a theoretical method for measuring a civilization's technological advancement.
The Kardashev scale defines the level of advance of a civilization by virtue of its energy consumption. So a Type 1 civilization would be a civilization around about our own level, but perhaps maybe 200 or 300 years in the future, that harnesses its entire planet. There is a planet-wide effort to generate power through whatever means.
Kardashev predicts alien energy consumption will be on a cosmic scale.
A Type 2 civilization then harnesses not only its planet, but also the star which gives it its life. And so essentially, here on Earth, we would have to harness all the energy on our planet, and then essentially figure out how to harness our star. Then we have to gather all of that energy and use it for whatever it is that we're going to decide to do in the future. That would essentially be a Type 2 civilization.
But a Type 3 civilization must harness the power of the galaxy in which it exists.
I think with the vastness of space, it's absolutely safe to say there are Type 3 civilizations out there, just simply by the sheer number of galaxies and stars and planets and just the sheer size.
If one was dealing with advanced civilizations that had harnessed the power of their parent stars, or indeed of their entire galaxy, the structures involved would be sufficiently immense that they might be detectable to us here on Earth.
Unsealed case file, the Dyson Sphere. In 1960, physicist Freeman Dyson publishes an article in the Journal of Science in which he proposes a radical idea, now known as a Dyson Sphere.
This is the idea that a series of almost mirrors or probes would be constructed so close to the star that all the energy of that star would be something that could be harvested. Now, this might almost be encasing the star.
Dyson's idea finds support from the scientific community because of its simplicity and detectability.
We know that we can harness the power of the sun with solar energy. And so when you conquer trying to harness all of that energy of a star, how are you going to get all of that energy that is just radiating from that ball of gas in every which direction?
We might be dealing, when it comes to things like Dyson spheres and other similar constructs of particularly Type 2 and Type 3 Kardashev civilizations, we might be dealing with structures so immense that they are literally on stellar or galactic scales.
It's a theory that famed astrobiologist and exoplanet pioneer Jeff Marcy takes a step further.
Now, conventional thinking is that stellar dimming occurs when an exoplanet passes in front of the face of the star. But Marcy's theory is that exactly the same thing would happen if a vast alien structure, a space station, a Dyson sphere, passed in front of the face of the star. So, effectively, Marcy is looking not just for alien planets, but alien space stations.
Interstellar archaeologists are scanning the cosmos for signs of advanced civilizations. But mounting evidence suggests the existence and variety of alien life forms may be almost unfathomable.
We know that there are hundreds and hundreds of millions of galaxies out there. And each of those galaxies has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of stars. And so when you talk about billions and billions and billions of stars out there, and each of those stars has maybe 5, 6, 8, 10, 12 planets by themselves, you're talking about an astronomical sum of possible locations for intelligent life.
Researchers in the UFO community have long been amazed at sheer variation of aliens that eyewitnesses have described.
Sure, the most common will be a biological life form, 2 legs, 2 arms, whether it be a bigger head than humans or smaller head, bigger eyes, that's what we see. But it can go much deeper than that. You can have biological life forms, but you can also have mechanical life forms, artificial intelligence, thinking machines that are so far more advanced than biological entities that we can't even fathom how intelligent they can truly become.
Unsealed case file, Salyut 7, Space Station. July 12th, 1984, Earth's orbit.
In 1984, Soviet cosmonauts on board the Salyut 7 mission encountered what they could only really describe as immense entities out in space that they likened to angels.
Salyut 7 is a Russian space station that is in operation between the years 1982 and 1991.
They witnessed a strange orange glow. And of course, the nightmare scenario was that this was a fire of some sort. And when they looked out, they found not a fire, but a strange plasma mist. And as this became more easily discernible, they picked out what they believed were 7 immense figures, literally the size of a 747 aircraft.
But many in the scientific community believe that cosmonaut experiments, low oxygen, and other psychological factors may have contributed to a group hallucination.
We know that they were conducting medical experiments of some kind. We don't know the details. So it may be that that was a factor. Also, of course, we know that fluctuations in pressure and in oxygen might affect the brain.
Russian Mission Control is optimistic that when a second crew arrives, the situation will resolve and they will get some answers.
What was particularly intriguing about this incident was the fact that a few days later, 3 further cosmonauts arrived at the space station and they witnessed exactly the same thing. This strange orange glow recurred, and again, these entities, whatever these things were, reappeared.
What exactly did the cosmonauts of Salyut 7 actually see?
Now, in terms of witnesses and reliability, cosmonauts are just about as far up the scale as you could get. These people are highly trained professionals with absolutely nothing to gain and probably an awful lot to lose by coming out with a story like this. So when these people say that this is what they saw, I mean, it really is, to the best of their recollection, what happened.
Russian space authorities dismiss the cosmonauts' reports, but many in the UFO community see their story as yet another form of an alien encounter.
Looking at the Salyut 7 sighting really shows us, I think, the huge variety of things that people see. But I think when you look at the whole range of witness statements, it's readily apparent that there's such diversity. Robot entities, AI probes, aliens, angels, huge structures. It poses the question, what might be out there? And I think the answer to that question is not just one other life form, but a whole range of them. There's a whole cosmos out there, and likely it's pretty crowded with a huge variety of life.
But how should humanity react if we are the ones being contacted by a more advanced life form?
If we discover we're being watched and extraterrestrials are truly here and they are looking at the human race, I think we have to be very careful on how we respond, if at all.
I mean, clearly we'd be dealing with a civilization capable, possessing the technology to wipe us out in an instant. So we should not antagonize these people.
So we have to make sure we make the right decisions when we are ever encountered by some type of alien race.
Despite hundreds of thousands of alleged extraterrestrial sightings, there is no evidence that aliens have made open contact with humanity. But still, many wonder what first contact will be like.
Will we detect a signal from another civilization? Will there be huge alien motherships hovering above the world's cities? Will there be a landing on the White House lawn? Might there be an alien invasion? I don't know how any of this will unfold, but however it goes down, it will be a defining moment in human history.
If and when it does happen, first contact is bound to fundamentally shatter the world as we know it.
How this will unfold will be in a way totally different to any of the ways in which science fiction writers or scientists have considered it. First contact may involve something so different, so bizarre, so unexpected, that it's nothing we've even remotely thought about.
Del Rio, Texas, 1955. Colonel Robert B. Willingham is part of a squadron participating in a simulated bombing exercise that spots a blazing ball of light, brighter than a star, speeding east across the sky. Willingham watches with growing curiosity until suddenly the object makes a 90-degree turn to the south. The pilot receives permission to investigate and sets out in pursuit. He follows the UFO toward the Rio Grande, where moments later, it shudders and falls from the sky, crashing into the riverbank on the Mexican side. Returning to base, Willingham enlists the help of a colleague, and together they fly a small training aircraft back to the impact site. There, they find Mexican troops standing guard over a silver disc embedded in the ground. Willingham is startled to see the bodies of 3 alien crew members. The Mexicans demand the Americans leave immediately. But before he goes, the pilot quietly picks up a small piece of debris.
We start utilizing technology that, from an evolutionary standpoint, was created 10,000 or 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years beyond who we are and what we are today. We start playing with that technology, it could be a very dangerous scenario.
Returning to base in Fort Worth, Willingham examines the fragment. Its interior is honeycombed, but the metal proves stronger than solid steel. His attempts to cut into it with a torch have no effect. The fragment is unlike any metal Willingham has ever seen before. But before he can probe its secrets any further, Willingham is ordered to hand over the fragment to a laboratory in Maryland. It's the last he will ever see or hear of the mysterious metal. Soon after, Willingham receives a threatening phone call, warning him to never disclose what he saw that day on the Mexican border. It will take over 20 years for the pilot to come forward with his story. What happened to the Del Rio fragment? Who threatened Robert Willingham? And why were they so desperate to silence him? Experts believe that for decades, the American military has been involved in a secret program to reverse engineer recovered alien artifacts into the next generation of high-tech weapons.
How do you develop a metal that's very light, very malleable, but at the same time stronger than steel? Maybe they existed from the future, maybe they existed on another planet, but once we got our hands on this technology, we were able to figure out what it was supposed to do, then use our own industrial methodologies, our own scientific methods to recreate it.
And some think that an alien metal may have already brought the next great leap in military technology. Unsealed case file. The Dolnogorsk incident. Dolnogorsk, Russia, January 29, 1986. Residents of this small mining town on the Soviet Union's Pacific coast watch in disbelief as a red sphere hurtles across the night sky before crashing into a mountainside. A crowd gathers at the point of impact. There, they discover a smoking crater surrounded by a wide area covered by a strange black film. On close inspection, the film contains strange metallic beads. The beads are discovered to be lead, but of a kind unlike anything seen before.
3 Soviet academic centers and 11 research institutes analyzed the objects from this UFO crash. The distance between atoms is different from ordinary iron in this material. Radar cannot be reflected from the material. Elements in the material may disappear and new ones appear after heating. One piece apparently disappeared completely in front of 4 witnesses.
The CIA launches its own investigation into the Dolnogorsk incident. A declassified 1989 report states that Soviet scientists are convinced the object was an extraterrestrial space vehicle constructed by highly intelligent beings. Samples of the metal are smuggled out of the country in the chaotic years following the fall of the Soviet Union. Recently, NASA's Langley Research Center announced the development of metal alloys that, when pierced by a bullet, will actually close behind the projectile as it passes through, healing the wound as though it was alive. Is NASA's new generation of living metal the result of the re-engineering of alien technology recovered at sites like Del Rio and Dolnogorsk? And what other effect might these exotic elements have on our future? Many experts believe that alien metals recovered from crashed UFOs are secretly being re-engineered into the latest generation of military technology. But for every crashed UFO that is recovered, how many more land on Earth unnoticed? And what effect do these masses of alien metal have on our environment? Delphos, Kansas, November 2nd, 1971. 16-year-old Ron Johnson is working on the family farm when he spots a bizarre object hovering in the night sky. It's a metallic mushroom-shaped craft, emitting a blinding light from its base. Ron runs to get his parents, but by the time they return, the UFO is almost out of sight. The craft, however, has left something behind. It's a glowing ring burned into the ground. The Johnsons later describe it as a strange kind of crust, as if the soil was crystallized. Fascinated, Ron's mother touches the ring. Her fingers immediately go numb. Returning the next morning, the family finds that an overnight shower has left the ground soaking wet, but the encrusted ring is bone dry. Officers confirm the Johnsons' description of the ring. A UFO investigator visits the site to take samples of the soil ring for analysis. It's found to contain hydrocarbon particles unknown to science, along with a strange organic material made up of white, crystal-like fibers. But what could have caused this? What transformed normal soil into an entirely new substance? The answer may lie within the UFO's hull. Man-made spacecraft rely primarily on aluminum in the construction of the outer shell. But the periodic table of elements also includes a number of radioactive metals, materials comparatively rare here on Earth. Could the presence of these radioactive elements be abundant in alien metals? Was the hull of the Delphos UFO radioactive, or was it imbued with another cosmic power we have yet to understand? Just 2 years prior to the Delphos UFO, in 1969, the U.S. government passes the Extraterrestrial Exposure Law, making it illegal for any citizen to retrieve or be in the proximity of any personnel, spacecraft, or other property that has entered our atmosphere from outer space. Presented as a national security measure to prevent possible contamination, the law grants government agencies sweeping authority to force any violators into immediate quarantine. Do UFOs really pose a significant health risk to the public? Unsealed case file. The Tully Saucer Nest. Queensland, Australia, January 19, 1966. Farmer George Pedley watches in amazement as a massive metallic disc rises from a nearby lagoon. Clearing the treetops, it suddenly accelerates, vanishing into the distance. Pedley is astonished to feel the muddy floor is totally smooth, like the bottom of a swimming pool. The saucer has clearly been resting below the water's surface for some time. In the end, 5 more of these UFO nests are discovered on the farmer's land. The incident raises some disturbing questions. 70% of the world's surface is covered by oceans, lakes, and rivers. How many flying saucers lie hidden beneath? And do these strange new elements pose a threat to the human race? Unsealed case file. The Cash Landrum Incident. Dayton, Texas, December 29th, 1980. Betty Cash, Vicki Landrum, and Landrum's grandson Colby are traveling a rural highway at night when out of nowhere, a bright diamond-shaped object appears above their car. The 2 women stop and get out for a better view, only to step inside a wall of blazing heat emanating from the object. Moments later, a group of 24 unmarked helicopters appear in the air overhead. But before they at the UFO, it it shoots off into the night at terrific speed. In the days that follow, both women begin to feel ill. Cash is hit especially hard. 2 weeks after the incident, she is admitted to hospital, and her worst fears are realized. Betty Cash has developed skin cancer. She will survive the disease, but the terrifying experience will haunt her for the rest of her life. Doctors suspect all 3 occupants of the car were exposed to a strange form of ionizing radiation. Could even the briefest exposure to UFO metals result in a lifetime of physical trauma?
We know that science is not right all the time. As quickly as we're putting it into the history books, we're rewriting it. The people we hold in the highest regards as the smartest scientists in our history, we're proving them wrong.
Some ufologists believe there is an even more sinister phenomena attributed to extraterrestrial metals. One that, at least on the surface, does not appear to physically harm its host. And many more people have been exposed than we could possibly know. According to one estimate, 10 million people worldwide claim to have been abducted by aliens in the half-century since records began. And some return with more than just the emotional scars of their experience.
When you look at these objects through a microscope at a low magnification, 50 to 100 power, which is a typical biological microscope, you can see a little piece of metal sticking out covered with some kind of biological tissue.
Dr. Roger Lear specializes in alien implants, shards of metal placed by extraterrestrials in the bodies of abductees. Their true purpose remains a mystery. Some believe implants are a means of mind control. Others think they are a means of genetically altering people into alien-human hybrids. Lear is convinced they pose a danger and has spent the last 50 years surgically removing them. And according to him, it's a task with no end in sight.
In the abduction phenomena, there is apparently 10 to 15% of those who we believe are true abductees that might have been implanted. Now, we're talking about implants that are visible on an X-ray or a CAT scan.
Based on Lear's estimates, up to 1 million people may be carrying alien implants. And some experts believe millions more may have been abducted with no memory of the horrific experience. Are undetected alien metals transforming the very fabric of our lives into the time bombs of alien apocalypse? Unsealed Case File, X-47B. June 14th, 2012, Washington, D.C. Dozens of commuters report a triangular UFO in the middle of the city. But it isn't in the sky overhead. It's being carried on the back of an 18-wheel transport.
Everybody was scared because all of a sudden they saw this craft that was shrouded with some type of covering that looked exactly like a UFO.
But it soon revealed the UFO isn't what it seems. The U.S. Navy confirms the aircraft is in fact the new unmanned X-47B attack drone, and it's unlike any that's come before. It requires only a short runway for takeoff and landing. It can cruise at just under the speed of sound and has 3 times the range of any current technology. But many ufologists have expressed grave concerns about the X-47. They believe the aircraft may be the product of the biggest government cover-up of all time.
When you look at the technology, like the Beltway UFO, these ideas aren't just going to come out of thin air. There's another thought process, though, that says that this technology was not necessarily from the human brain, but given to us by an alien civilization.
The appearance of the X-47 has given new life to a theory long held by ufologists. that generations of cutting-edge U.S. military aircraft have been developed using alien technology recovered from UFO crash sites. Is it true? Could this new killer drone be the man-made product of alien technology? But if it is, why were witnesses in Washington, D.C. so quick to assume the X-47 was a UFO? Was it a simple case of mistaken identity? Or was something else at work? Something hidden deep in their subconscious, brought to light by the presence of the drone. Aldergrove, British Columbia, July 17th, 1991. Corina Sables and a friend spot a massive triangle-shaped UFO in the night sky above her house. Sables' friend steps inside their home for a moment. But when he returns, he's shocked to discover that Sables has vanished. He searches the house and surrounding area, only to find Sables an hour later in the very same place where she disappeared. Mysteriously, she has no idea that she was gone and is unable to account for the missing time. Sables appears unharmed by the experience, but in the period following her disappearance, she senses this isn't the first time she has disappeared, and that it won't be the last. Even more disturbing, she will soon learn she isn't the only target under her roof. A few weeks later, Sables is shocked to see an alien gray creeping into her daughter's bedroom. Racing in, she finds the child unharmed, with no sign of any intruder. But soon after, the young girl begins drawing pictures of an alien she calls the Doctor. The child's account unleashes a flood of repressed abduction memories in Sables, including needles piercing her abdomen and row after row of alien fetuses stored in liquid. At that moment, Sables realizes that she has been part of an experiment to produce an alien-human hybrid. Some experts believe this is the secret purpose behind decades of abduction and medical experiments.
Why would you need to take humans, put some type of physical implant in there, and do whatever genetic modification they're trying to do? My guess is they could potentially make a life form that they would like us to evolve into.
Is this the secret behind the Black Triangles? Is their mission the creation of a race of alien-human hybrids? And are these intruders telepathic? Many experts believe this is true, but others have a different theory. Many experts have started to question who or what is controlling these terrifying objects, and the answer points to a civilization so advanced it boggles the mind. Scientists have labeled the moment when our technology will become smarter than humans as a technological singularity. Could triangle UFOs be the product of an alien civilization's technological singularity? Many eyewitnesses claim the astounding possibility that some UFOs may be sentient. Lone Pine, California, 1970. Fay Clark, publisher of Hiawatha Books, and his wife encounter what seems to be a routine UFO sighting. My wife and I observed a UFO resting on a small grove of aspen trees. We had been attracted to the area by a terrifically bright light that was so intense we were unable to look directly at it. Until incredibly, the UFO began to mimic their physical reactions. My wife and I realized that it was matching the rhythm of our respiration rate.
The evidence that has come back from hundreds of thousands of contactee accounts makes it pretty clear that one of the chief activities that they are engaging us on is genetics.
Can it be possible? Are black triangles actually some type of advanced technological entity? A new breed of aliens? A type of artificial intelligence, part machine, part organism, roaming the earth, analyzing and manipulating the human population as part of a hidden alien agenda. Greifswald, Germany, August 14th, 1990. Thousands watch in astonishment as a strange formation of 7 lights appears in the night sky over the Baltic Sea. They hover in place for a full 30 minutes, giving ample opportunity for onlookers to capture compelling video evidence of the incident. Later, German UFO researchers will use 5 of these videos to pinpoint the formation's exact position, not far from the Greifswald nuclear power plant. Some see this as cause for concern. Others, however, note the formation's proximity to another landmark, one that no longer appears on the map, but instills a far greater fear than any nuclear reactor. Peenemünde, the infamous construction site of the V-2 rocket. During the late stages of the Second World War, the Nazis launched more than 3,000 of the technologically advanced missiles against the Allies, raining a new kind of death on victims below. The V-2 represented an unprecedented leap in weapons technology, one many believe was too great to be explained by any earthly means. Today, many ufologists are convinced the Nazis received assistance from extraterrestrial beings, but the exact nature of this relationship has so far remained a mystery. The Nazi-alien connection can be traced back to the ultra-secret Vril Society in the days following the First World War. Its members were fanatical followers of 19th century author Edward Bulwer Lytton and his novel, Vril, The Power of the Coming Race. In it, the author describes a race of ethereal beings living in an underground utopia, forged by their ability to wield a mystical power known as the Vril.
Even the book was a work of fiction. There were a group of people that followed the story, that believed it to be true, that thought the Vril actually existed, that this otherworldly power source could be tapped.
Society members, including Heinrich Himmler and Rudolf Hess, believe the ancient Aryans possess similar powers, drawn from a mysterious black sun hidden behind our own.
The society really believed in the black sun. That was one reason why when the Nazis were developing their uniforms for the elite SS and the black trench coats that were worn by the German secret police, that was why they were all black. And the swastika was black, and it became a black symbol because it was tapping into the power of the black sun.
Hitler himself is rumored to have joined the society in 1919. But the Vril Society will remain a closely guarded secret throughout the rest of his rise to power, until an unexpected event will force them out of the shadows. Unsealed case file: The Nazi Roswell. Freiburg, Germany, summer 1936. Residents report a strange, disc-shaped object has crashed nearby during the night. Elite SS troops are on the scene within the hour. There, they allegedly find not only wreckage, but also the bodies of the craft's alien crew, including one survivor. The extraterrestrials are quickly whisked away along with the debris. From Freiburg, this strange cargo is taken to Wewelsburg Castle. It's the spiritual heart of Nazi Germany, lavishly decorated with the symbols of Nazism, including the Black Sun. There, it is reportedly delivered into the care of the fanatical scientist Hans Kammler, who years later will oversee the development of the V-2 rocket. In the meantime, Kammler is alleged to have devoted himself to the study of the UFO's technology, with the intention of using it to develop a Nazi superweapon. Many leading ufologists believe that Nazi Germany engaged in a secret program to use technology recovered from a crashed UFO to build a new generation of superweapons. Some believe it was a flying saucer propelled by an anti-gravity drive. But there is another, even more shocking theory. Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, December 9th, 1965. residents report a strange, bell-shaped object streaking across the sky. It appears to adjust trajectory before crashing in the woods outside town.
When they gathered, what they noticed was that almost instantly a group, a unit of American soldiers who wore no insignia and came with a flatbed truck were there to retrieve this object and take it away. People were warned, keep your mouth shut. Don't talk about this.
The Army loads the object onto a truck and transports it from the site. Also seen among the recovery team that evening are personnel wearing the NASA insignia, but no explanation is ever given regarding their presence. In the years that follow, details of the Kecksburg object are leaked to the public. And to the amazement of many, they match the reported description of the most infamous and potentially deadly piece of missing Nazi technology of the Second World War. Unsealed case file, Die Glocke. 1997, investigative journalist Igor Witkowski obtains a series of transcripts from the interrogation of former SS officer Jakob Sporenberg. In them, he describes a highly classified Nazi weapons development project from the Second World War. Its code name, Die Glocke. English translation, the bell. According to Sporenberg, Die Glocke was reportedly a metallic object, approximately 9 feet in diameter and 12 to 15 feet tall. In operation, a powerful electrical pulse caused 2 counter-rotating cylinders to circulate a purplish viscous metal substance similar to mercury, codename Serum 525. According to the former SS man, this substance was likely radioactive, as test runs of the device were known to have deadly effects on any bystanders.
There were quite a few theories about what Die Glocke, or the Nazi bell, actually was. One of the most prevalent theories is that it was an anti-gravitational craft. Obviously, a piece of technology like that would alter the war.
Anti-gravity technology would have freed German fighter aircraft from the speed and maneuverability limitations of conventional planes, giving them supremacy in the sky. But this isn't the only theory regarding Die Glocke. Some cite an even more terrifying possibility.
What Die Glocke could possibly be is a piece of technology utilized for time travel. And the reason many theorists have come forward with this idea is that it all indicates that whatever this object was, whatever Die Glocke was, the Nazi bell, it could be utilized for time travel, and that in itself would ultimately be the Wunderwaffe of the Nazi Party.
Did the Nazis really invent a time machine using alien technology from a flying saucer? And did it work? Shortly after the war, the United States undertakes Operation Paperclip, a program offering asylum to top Nazi scientists in return for their help in weapons development projects and America's newly established space program. Among them was a man who would appear at the Kecksburg crash site nearly 20 years later.
What were the Americans doing, and what were NASA personnel doing to recover this object? The person in Germany in charge of Die Glocke was an SS colonel by the name of Kurt Debus. He disappeared too, but he turned up in America under Operation Paperclip, where he became one of the directors of NASA.
Was Die Glocke a time machine? And was the Kecksburg incident the result of a test run of Die Glocke from some 2 decades earlier? Reports suggest that a UFO crashed in Germany in 1936, and that the Nazis may have used this technology to build a time machine, one that may have crashed in the Pennsylvania woods in 1965. But did they achieve this on their own, or did they have alien assistance, as many attest? A possible answer would come decades later, and from an unexpected source. 1991. The Soviet Union falls. Over the next 2 decades, a series of top-secret KGB documents surface for the first time. One in particular will catch the attention of UFO investigators. Entitled Stalin's Secret Report on Task Force 68, the document is a report submitted by agents embedded in the U.S. military in the days following the Second World War. It recounts what many ufologists consider to be the most important battle in history. Unsealed case file. Operation High Jump. 1943. Allied forces have driven Hitler's army from North Africa. The tide of war has turned against Germany. But according to Admiral Donitz, head of the German Navy, the public need not fear for Hitler's safety. His submarine fleet has constructed a secret fortress in a distant corner of the world he describes as Shangri-La. In 1938, the Germans made a well-documented expedition to Antarctica with the stated purpose of establishing a whaling operation. But was this true? Or did this expedition in fact lay the foundation for Donitz's impregnable fortress? By 1945, Germany is in ruins, and Hitler is believed to be dead by his own hand. But rumors of his survival are widespread, and American intelligence is aware that high-ranking Nazis are escaping to South America through an underground network. The question is, was this the end of the line? December 1946. Admiral Richard Byrd leads a multinational task force on an 8-month expedition to Antarctica. Its codename, Operation High Jump.
Operation High Jump was apparently a project that would take the United States Navy down to Antarctica and see how military technology and our forces would operate at such extreme temperatures. Now, what was their true reason? Was it to operate this technology to see how it would function in such cold weather and extreme environments, or were they looking for something else?
Publicly, the mission's objective is to establish a research station and to test the fleet's ability to operate in polar conditions. But according to the KGB, High Jump's real goal is to destroy the remnants of a secret Nazi base and lay claim to the frozen continent. Approaching Antarctica, the fleet is allegedly surprised by enormous UFOs rising from the depths of the Southern Ocean. A battle ensues, during which the aliens down a number of Allied aircraft and sink at least one ship before vanishing. The attack appears to be a warning not to proceed any further, but Byrd refuses to bend to the aliens' will. It's the first of a series of reported encounters with UFOs. Undaunted, Byrd orders the fleet to sail on. Arriving at the reported location of the Nazi base, Byrd and his task force instead find the gaping entrance to a seemingly endless cave. Byrd orders a squadron of aircraft to scout the area. It isn't long before their worst fears are realized.
This was a wide enough entrance where the planes flew in fighter formation. They were attacked by flying saucers. Most of them were shot down. Byrd was actually captured, and he was told, "We will let you go. You go back to your leaders and you say you found nothing."
Returning home, Byrd makes no mention of aliens or alien encounters. But he does offer an ominous warning that the world must be ever vigilant to the possibility of attack from the polar regions. What did Admiral Byrd encounter during Operation High Jump? Was it really a secret Nazi alien base? And what has become of weapons like De Glocke, alleged to have been built with alien technology? In the decades since the war, Germany has totally reinvented itself into a progressive beacon of peace and an economic powerhouse. But while the United States, France, England, and Canada have all granted public access to at least some of their official records on UFOs, Germany has so far released nothing. This uncharacteristic veil of secrecy has been the subject of growing concern among Germany's UFO community. And recently, one man took his fight to court. In December 2011, a judge granted ufologist Frank Reitemeyer the right to view a file he claims to have been written by Germany's scientific service regarding research into extraterrestrial life and UFOs. But the German government has filed an appeal to prevent the document's release. Why are German officials fighting to retain documents they claim do not exist? Do they fear the secrets of the past?
The Nazi regime virtually had an unlimited amount of resources to put into their technology research. They were able to create highly advanced weaponry. They were able to create highly advanced aircraft. Really, their resources were unlimited when it came to this. I think there's no doubt that their ability came from just having that unlimited amount of resources to take their technology to the next level.
Or do they fear what knowledge of this technology might do to our future? Woomera Nuclear Test Range, Australia, July 15th, 1960. A security officer spots a strange white light traveling across the evening sky. As it draws closer, the light takes on a reddish color, leading the man to believe it is a balloon that has caught fire. 4 other security officers catch sight of the same unidentified object as it passes unchallenged and disappears into the night. An investigation is launched into how any aircraft could have penetrated Australia's most restricted airspace. But in the end, the UFO's identity and purpose remain a mystery. The incident is just one of many that occur over the Woomera test range during the early 1960s. But nothing could prepare its personnel for the shocking events of spring 1964. Unsealed case file: the Woomera Spacemen. Cumbria, England, May 23rd, 1964. Firefighter Jim Templeton is on a day trip with his 5-year-old daughter, Elizabeth. The two stop near the village of Burby Sands to take pictures. It's a happy memory for both, until the film is developed. Looking at the photos, Templeton is shocked to see what appears to be an astronaut looming in the background behind his daughter. He has no memory of any such figure from that day. Templeton takes the photo to a local newspaper, and within hours the image is appearing in publications all over the world, including Australia. May 24th, a day after the Templetons' encounter, the Woomera test range is set to launch Britain's most controversial weapon.
Woomera was the test facility running trials with the Blue Streak, which was Great Britain's first intercontinental ballistic missile.
Originally designed in the 1950s as a nuclear weapon, the Blue Streak missile has been repurposed as a launch vehicle for Europe's burgeoning space program. But just as the rocket is about to fire, something extraordinary happens.
There was ostensibly a video of 2 white-garbed, quote-unquote, spacemen running across the launch pad, the launch area of this British missile.
2 mysterious figures disappear without a trace, leaving Woomera personnel baffled. But this is only the beginning.
When the Templeton photo began to be publicized, immediately press people saw the similarities between the 2 creatures and the way they were dressed. Templeton himself said that the creatures that were described in the video looked exactly like the creature that was in the photograph, the middle photograph of his daughter.
Not long after, another disturbing connection between the 2 incidents is drawn when it's revealed that the Blue Streak's assembly plant is located in Cumbria, not far from where the Templeton photograph was taken.
What was so odd about the quote-unquote Woomera spacemen is why were these creatures, assuming they were actually there, interrupting a highly classified missile test launch?
Woomera is just one of a number of high-security military facilities that qualify as UFO zones. Are extraterrestrials probing our planet's defensive capability? Is this the secret behind UFO zones? Or is something else at work? Planet Earth is home to a series of UFO zones, regions where intense UFO activity coincides with strange and unexplained events on the ground. Some zones surround the world's highest security military installations, leading many to believe the two phenomena are somehow linked. Others, however, have a different, more mysterious nature. Zaostrovka, Russia, September 16th, 1989. Residents of this port watch in amazement as 6 saucer-like objects appear in the sky, chasing a 7th, darker UFO. But amazement quickly turns to terror when the port's massive crane suffers a total power failure 6 miles away. The 6 pursuers close in on the dark disk and score a direct hit, blasting it from the sky. The aggressors vanish, while their target plunges into a swamp inside Russia's most notorious UFO zone. Unsealed case file. The M Triangle. The M Triangle is a remote region 600 miles east of Moscow. Surrounding the village of Molyobka, the area is notorious for its frequent incidents of the unexplained. Local inhabitants regularly report seeing strange objects overhead and strange ghostly beings lurking on the outskirts of the area's forest. While not an officially restricted area, the Russian military warns visitors to avoid the M Triangle. This has not stopped independent investigators from entering the danger zone, attempting to uncover its secrets. Many visitors to the M Triangle report disturbing auditory hallucinations and waves of intense fear. Journalist Pavel Mukurtov entered the zone with a group of fellow investigators to report on the strange goings-on within its borders. Many of the team quickly fell ill, but Mukurtov experienced something very different. He left the triangle with the strange feeling that he had somehow acquired great knowledge of physics and aerospace engineering. In the months after his experience, he applied for the Soviet space program and was accepted, despite having no previous experience in the field. What is behind the strange events in the M Triangle? The efforts of investigators like Mukurtov have revealed something scientifically unique about the region. The Earth's normal electromagnetic field appears to defy the laws of nature. Is there something about electromagnetism that lays the foundation for the world's UFO zones? Ceballos, Mexico, September 1976. This desert town erupts in a chilling cacophony when its entire dog population suddenly begins to bark and howl. Startled citizens rush into the streets, where they are amazed to see a massive UFO, nearly 1,000 feet long, looming overhead. The barks and howls are quickly drowned out by a deep pulsing hum that seems to emanate from the craft.
One witness described it as one side of it took up his entire neighborhood that he could see going off in the distance. So this thing was large.
The craft hovers momentarily before disappearing into an infamous stretch of nearby deserts with a long history of UFO activity and other incidents of the unexplained. Unsealed case file. The Zone of Silence. Some 400 miles south of is a vast stretch of barren wilderness known as the Zone of Silence. The region earned its name following an incident in 1970 in which an Athena test missile launched from a base in Utah crashed on the desert plain. An American unit dispatched to recover the wreckage discovered their radios and all other electronic equipment had mysteriously become inoperative while in the area. Further scientific investigation revealed the zone to contain exceptionally high levels of the mineral magnetite. thought to have been deposited here long ago by an unusually high number of falling meteorites. The intense electromagnetic field generated by the zone's magnetite deposits might explain the equipment's interference. Are aliens somehow attracted by the presence of electromagnetism in UFO zones? Or are they responsible for these strange readings?
If you look at all of the alien plots, it's still unclear whether or not they're here to save us or slaughter us.
Mounting evidence suggests that planet Earth is home to a series of UFO zones where strange physical and paranormal phenomena occur alongside alleged alien activity. The question is, do aliens create these zones, or does something attract them? Many experts have observed strange electromagnetic readings in many of these regions. Could this energy be the secret behind the world's UFO zones? And if so, why? Lago de Colbún, Chile, May 16th, 1998. 30 witnesses report the appearance of a massive, disc-shaped UFO over the nation's largest hydroelectric dam, Santiago. Onlookers describe the object as dark, with a large orange light at its base. The object hangs motionless in the air for some 20 minutes before disappearing over the Andes. It's just the latest in a long series of sightings in the area. They are regularly seen rising from the water close to a nearby hydroelectric station and often appear to be drawing energy from the power lines, as if refueling. Prior to the station's construction, the area suffered few blackouts. Now it faces up to 3 outages a week.
How much energy does it take for a craft to go 5,000 miles an hour, 10,000 miles an hour? Obviously, a huge amount of energy.
Is this the answer to the mystery of UFO zones? Are aliens using places like Lago de Colbún and Woomera as a source of energy? And could others, like the M Triangle, represent the ideal hiding place for their spacecraft? Today, Chile ranks 5th overall in UFO sightings since record-keeping began. It's an uncommonly high number for a country with a relatively small population. Also uncommon is its government's embrace of this phenomenon. Recently, they opened the nation's first UFO trail, passing through the region's most infamous hotspots, and continue to encourage visitors to seek out strange objects in the sky. But why would any government encourage its people to confront beings from another world? The answer may lie in another UFO zone, thousands of miles to the north. Unsealed case file. The San Luis Valley. San Luis Valley, Colorado, 1993. NORAD radar picks up a series of mysterious readings over a 2-week period that suggest the flaring of large-scale fires or even missile launches. Helicopter searches, however, turn up nothing. Officials are baffled. But ufologists aren't surprised. They know the Colorado-New Mexico area has been a highly active UFO zone for decades. September 1967. Ranchers in the San Luis Valley make a grisly discovery. A dead found on the King Ranch at the base of the Blanca Massif. It's been stripped of all tissue from the tip of its nose to the shoulders. Its heart and brain have been removed, and there is an odd antiseptic smell present that suggests the horse was the subject of a careful dissection. The mystery deepens when investigators find a series of huge, unidentifiable tracks in the area. The horse's owner, Nellie Lewis, tells local reporters that UFOs are responsible for the horse's death, warning that they would one day return in force. And according to reports, she was right. Dulce, New Mexico, March 24th, 1978. Cattle rancher Manuel Gomez discovers the dead carcass of a recently deceased bull calf. The animal sex organs have been removed with a surgical precision beyond the capability of even today's most sophisticated laser technology. Over the years, Dulce has paid witness to many strange and unexplained incidents. There are rumors of a secret base in the area, and no one is sure who controls it.
I think if the military were to capture or be given alien technology, I think they would absolutely want to keep that to themselves. Because let's face it, anybody with advanced alien technology would in essence rule the earth.
Dulce, New Mexico, August 1979. Phil Schneider is an Army engineer working with a unit assigned to construct a series of tunnels. The Archuleta Mesa. At the bottom, he is shocked to see a 7-foot alien being, and beyond it, a host of others conducting operations in an underground base. A firefight erupts. When the dust settles, the cavern is littered with alien and human dead. How did an alien race maintain a base so close to a high-security U.S. military installation? According to Phil Schneider, the answer is simple.
The government knew all about it. They had been encamped there for, as best as believed possible, about 400 or 500 years.
Less than a year after he goes public with his story, Phil Schneider is found dead in his apartment. Officially, his death is ruled a suicide, but I believe he was murdered for being the man who knew too much. Other whistleblowers have since uncovered evidence of a secret lab filled with horrors beyond imagination.
Human beings were kept in cages, they were kept in prisons, they were suffering.
Is this the terrifying secret at the heart of the world's UFO zones? Are they places where aliens and humans are conspiring against the rest of the world? And if this is true, how long can it be before this conspiracy turns into open aggression?
They're working with the U.S. military that's guarding it. They're working with U.S. scientists. And at this base, they are harvesting organs from human beings. They're doing cattle mutilations. But here's what's creepy. They're doing human mutilations. And there are these huge vats of human organs that they're using for stem cell research and for DNA research to create a whole new species.
Phoenix, Arizona, March 13th, 1997. Residents of the desert capital watch in wonder as a dazzling array of lights appears in the evening sky. They're far away to the north and seem to hang motionless in the air. But to those closer to the phenomenon, the lights are hardly still. Near the Nevada border, onlookers report a massive V-shaped UFO lined with lights racing south across the sky. Thousands watch as it crosses a 300-mile stretch from Phoenix to Tucson. Dozens of eyewitnesses capture compelling footage of the object. The next morning, the Phoenix lights are a front-page story receiving national coverage. The event is a cause for excitement.
A UFO event of this magnitude is incredibly rare. Usually UFO sightings are seen in not so populated areas, a couple witnesses, maybe 4, maybe 5, that's about it. But when you're talking about hundreds in a huge city like Phoenix, that's incredibly rare. The second rare point to this is the fact that it was shot by multiple cameras from multiple angles. Generally, you only have one visual piece of evidence to analyze. With the case of the Phoenix lights, you had multiple angles, multiple cameras, multiple witnesses. That was all real.
At last, there has been a mass sighting of an object with no earthly explanation, producing thousands of credible accounts and dozens of pieces of matching video evidence. Many are optimistic that this is the moment the world will finally accept that UFOs are real. But the USAF identified the second group of lights as flares dropped during a training exercise by jets flying out of Barry Goldwater Range in southwest Arizona. How can the government flatly deny evidence from so many witnesses? The Phoenix Lights and the Belgian Wave represent two moments where world authorities could have ended the truth embargo once and for all. The question is, why didn't they? What do they have to fear? Many experts believe that world authorities are on the brink of disclosing everything they know about UFOs. But few in the public are aware that the U.S. government has in fact admitted to their existence on 2 occasions in the past, incidents that would ultimately bring down a virtually impenetrable secrecy. Roswell, New Mexico, July 2nd, 1947. Residents of this desert town spot a blazing disc-shaped object plummeting from the sky at impossible speed. Seconds later, it vanishes beyond a line of trees northwest of town. The next morning, a ranch worker discovers a trail of metallic debris not far from where the flying disc disappeared the night before. He collects some of the strange material and brings it to the local sheriff's office. The sheriff quickly notifies officials at Roswell Army Air Force Base that there has been some kind of air crash, and the base sends an investigator to examine the wreckage. A day later, the base commander makes an historic announcement.
The Army stepped right up and admitted that there was a crash of a flying saucer at Roswell and that they retrieved that actual disc itself.
July 8, 1947, the Army Air Force has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
The announcement is a bombshell. America has recovered an alien spacecraft. The story quickly becomes international news. The military appears caught off guard by the intense scrutiny and scrambles to divert the world's attention.
Shortly after the military said that they had captured a flying saucer, they completely rebutted their own story and said that it was nothing more than a weather balloon. But there was a problem that they have yet to address even over 6 decades later. There were witnesses, one of which said that there were bodies that were seen at Roswell Army Airfield.
According to reports, there was much more to Roswell than what appeared in the press. Many eyewitnesses that night set out for the crash site to investigate, only to find it cordoned off by military roadblocks. The troops standing guard had a chilling message for any who approached.
And he said, "Can't you get this through your head? You never saw anything. You were not there. You don't know anything." And he said, "We can just take you out in the middle of this desert and no one will ever find your bodies." He said, "You'll be nothing but bones and nobody will ever know what happened to you."
In the end, the denial works and the public furor over Roswell subsides. But just a few years later, an even bigger UFO incident will see the government on the hot seat once again. Unsealed case file, the Washington Flap. Washington, D.C., 1952. The Cold War is heating up, and the sky over the U.S. Capitol is the most heavily guarded airspace in the world. But on the night of July 12th, an air traffic controller at Washington National Airport detects 7 unidentified objects on radar to the southwest of the city. A colleague makes visual contact with one of the objects, describing it as a bright orange light. Shortly after, a pilot taxiing for takeoff radios the tower to report 6 fast-moving lights in the sky nearby. Just then, the lights dart off in the direction of the White House and Capitol. One witness reports their movements to be completely radical compared to those of ordinary aircraft. Fighter jets scramble and set off in pursuit. But before they can intercept, the UFOs vanish from the sky, though it isn't the last Washington will see of the mysterious lights. Wave after wave will menace the area for the next 3 weeks before disappearing once and for all. A terrified city looks to the government for answers. Little did the people know, the American military was already engaged in Project Stork, a large-scale investigation into the nation's UFO sightings to establish some discernible pattern in their appearance. The study finds that the yearly number of UFO reports is rising at an alarming rate. Backed into a corner by the Washington flap, officials make a stunning announcement.
It does not contain any pattern of purpose or of consistency that we can relate to any conceivable threat to the United States.
It's a statement that implicitly confirms the existence of UFOs, but denies any specific knowledge of their nature or origin. Today, many experts believe the government was attempting to both quell public fears and at the same time protect a top-secret weapons program based on technology recovered at Roswell. This technology would make America the most powerful nation on the planet. It would be another 40 years before the world would come this close to disclosure again. Many ufologists believe that world authorities are on the verge of disclosing everything they know about extraterrestrial life. The United States hinted at its existence in the 1950s, but the world would have to wait another 40 years for a nation to hand over its alien files for all to see. Somerset, England, March 30th, 1993. A police officer, accompanying a group of scouts on an outing, spots a bizarre aircraft he describes as two Concords flying side by side and joined together. Soon after, the Ministry of Defense UFO hotline is flooded with calls from across the country. In charge at the time is Nick Pope.
This was a wave of sightings throughout the United Kingdom that took place over a period of around 6 hours. There were several dozen witnesses, including numerous police officers and Air Force personnel. An Air Force officer with 8 years' experience described to me an object which he said was quite unlike anything that he had seen in his entire Air Force career.
It's an enormous triangular UFO, shining a narrow beam of light down to the ground, as though searching for something. The giant craft moves slowly toward the base, before suddenly deactivating its beam and darting off at an incredible rate of speed.
When I interviewed the witness the morning after this sighting, his voice was still shaking.
The Ministry of Defense has always been skeptical about the existence of UFOs. But the sheer number of witnesses to the Cosford incident leaves the ministry with no choice but to admit that an unidentified object or objects of unknown origin was operating over the UK. Cosford sparks an unprecedented public campaign for the release of everything the government knows about the possible presence of aliens in the nation's skies. In 1998, Prime Minister Tony Blair holds a closed-door meeting on the risks of revealing sensitive UFO information. He is told the ministry remains open-minded to the existence of alien life forms. The British government's attitude toward UFOs is changing and would culminate with the most sweeping act of disclosure to date. Case file: The British X-Files. The UK's Ministry of Defence began documenting the nation's UFO sightings in the 1950s. But all of this potentially explosive information would remain under lock and key. But in the year 2000, the British government passes the Freedom of Information Act, granting public access to nearly 60 years of the nation's X-Files. Upon their release, the millions of pages expose decades of systematic government misinformation on UFOs.
There are also documents that show how consistently, over the years, the Ministry of Defence tried to downplay the extent of the UFO phenomenon and discredit any media outlets that ran serious stories about UFOs and portray anyone who investigated UFOs as cranks.
Among the documents are stunning accounts of UFOs directly endangering hundreds of lives, including a terrifying incident in 1995 in which a Boeing 737 approaching Manchester Airport nearly collided with a UFO. But of all the details to emerge, perhaps none is more alarming than the number of sightings over RAF Woodbridge.
There are lots of rumors that there were nuclear weapons at Woodbridge. I think the number one issue here is technology. UFOs are interested in our missile sites, our nuclear weapons program, our military bases. The number one issue is defense.
Britain's X-Files are a shocking indictment of the government's willingness to mislead the public, and only underscores the need for full disclosure. And that moment might be just around the corner. August 16th, 2012. A flying saucer appears in the sky over the planet Mars, racing toward the surface. But it's not a UFO. It's NASA's Curiosity rover. Her mission, to search the surface of Mars for signs of life. Recently, these efforts produced solid evidence that liquid water existed on Mars. For ufologists, this discovery had vast implications.
We know from here on Earth that water is an essential element to creating life. Knowing that water existed on Mars at some point in liquid form, it just opens the possibilities of there being life on Mars. All the evidence points to the fact that Mars could have very well supported life in the past and maybe supports alien life to this very day.
Many experts believe that with the discovery of water on Mars, finding life cannot be far off. And if NASA is allowed to go public with this information, they are convinced that even more profound revelations will soon follow, ending decades of speculation about the existence of alien life once and for all. But many experts urge caution. They warn that full disclosure may turn out to be a double-edged sword.
Why might the revelation of life on Mars cause panic on Earth? Many people want to feel like we're the only game in town, or they're the only game in town. Any change to that paradigm of us being the center of the universe is very upsetting to some people. They might be a religion, they might be a government, what have you. And when those powers are threatened, they tend to fight back and fight for their control.